Welcome to Business Matters 2024, Hope for Work and Enterprise. I'm Chris Maurin, President and co-founder of the Acton Institute. We're joined today by friends in dozens of countries around the world for this, Acton's annual conference on business, ethics, and faith. I would like to give a special welcome to the many watch parties tuning in, especially those run by Acton alumni in New York City, Denver, Colorado, and Jeffreysburg, South Africa, and those from many colleges and universities here in the United States. Welcome. For closed captions in Spanish, French, or Portuguese, please click the language button at the top right of the conference website to select your language. This conference is provided free of charge for attendees thanks to the generous donation of many Acton supporters. Thank you to all of those who have supported this conference through your financial donations. Amid a volatile and unstable world, timeless principles remain constant. Today, you will hear from top business leaders, experts, and entrepreneurs as they provide you with practical advice and moral principles to help you navigate an ever-changing business world. During the next few hours, we will hear from a panel of tech experts and practitioners who will discuss the implications of rapidly evolving technology and how it may change the future of work. We will also hear from two highly successful businessmen. First, David Bahnsen will discuss his newly released book entitled Full-Time: Work and the Meaning of Life, and the meaning and purpose rooted in full-time productivity and cultivation of God's created world. Then, Jose Quintana will present case studies on entrepreneurship and innovation as he discusses his company's business and technology incubator, Innovation Underground. Finally, a panel featuring an economist, a journalist, and a businessman will sit down to grapple honestly about the positive and negative impacts of global trade and markets on community flourishing. Throughout the event, we hope to hear your thoughts and questions in the chat box to the right of the video. Go ahead and introduce yourself there now. We will also be asking you questions with anonymous polls beneath the video. Our first question for you is posted now, and we will share the results after session 1. To start off the conference, Dr. James Otteson will be giving a talk entitled First Principles for Virtuous Business, where he will answer the question, what economic and social conditions are necessary for businesses to thrive? This question will guide the rest of today's discussions by providing an ideal framework for business well done. Dr. Otteson is the John T. Ryan Jr. Professor of Business Ethics at Notre Dame's Mendoza College of Business. He also serves as the faculty director of Mendoza's Honors Program. He lectures widely on Adam Smith, classical liberalism, and business ethics, and his work has been profiled in the Wall Street Journal, among many other venues. We encourage you to read more about all of today's speakers by clicking the Events Details tab, then Speakers. Thank you again for joining us. We hope you enjoy this first session with Dr. James Otteson on the topic, First Principles for Virtuous Business.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with you. My name is James Otteson. The topic of my remarks is First Principles for Virtuous Business. And I suppose the first thing we should say is, why do we need first principles of business? Well, for any organization, whether it's business or academia or anything else, the question of why, I think, is the most important question. We need to know why we're doing what we're doing before we think about the how or the what. So if we're going to talk about virtuous business, the first thing we need to have is, what are our first principles? What is the why, an answer to why we're doing what we're doing? And before we even begin to formulate an answer to this, let's think about for a moment how business is viewed by the wider culture. And perhaps you have some sense of this, but let me just show you a couple of things. First of all, this is too hard to read, but let me just point this out. This was a study that was done a few years ago where a group of researchers wanted to know what people thought about business. And what they thought about business was, and I've highlighted the key areas there, in a series of 7 different studies, they discovered that people see business profit as necessarily in conflict with the social good. Necessarily in conflict, not sometimes in conflict, not it can be in conflict, necessarily in conflict with the social good. And what they determined, the researchers determined, was that people's stereotypes of profit seeking was that they were exceedingly negative, excessively negative in their words. And this is a very widespread opinion about business. People worry about the effect of business, both in individual lives and in society in general. But if that's how business is perceived, what about business education? Well, here are a few headlines you might have seen, or if you haven't seen, you can take a look at them. I give you a couple of screenshots from the Chronicle of Higher Education. These are from recent articles in the Chronicle of Higher Education. Business schools have no business in the university. Abolish the business major. Anti-intellectual degree programs have no place in colleges. Note that that one says anti-intellectual degree programs, not just insufficiently intellectual, but anti-intellectual. And then we have a couple of recent books, Nothing Succeeds Like Failure, The Sad History of American Business Schools. And finally, a more recent book, Shut Down the Business School, What's Wrong with Management Education. And I would point out that the author of that book, the Shut Down the Business School book, actually is himself a management professor in a business school. So if people on the inside are saying things this bad, it seems like there's quite a bad perception of business. But this is rather an old controversy. So if you thought that this was something new, well, it turns out there's nothing new under the sun. The business school where I teach is at the University of Notre Dame. It was founded in 1921, so over 100 years ago. At its founding, the first dean of the Notre Dame Business School, it was then called the School of Foreign and Domestic Commerce. Its founding dean, John Cardinal O'Hara, who would then later go on to become president of the This is what he had to say about the founding of the business school. He said, the primary function of commerce is service to mankind. Business has a code of ethics based very largely on divine principles. And when this code is followed, commerce can and does advance civilization. That's what John Cardinal O'Hara, the first dean of the Notre Dame Business School, said. But if you thought that the controversy about business schools was new, it certainly is not. Even 100 years ago, people were worried about having business schools and what their effects could be. This is from an unnamed humanities faculty member at Notre Dame. Again, 100 years ago, in 1923, this is what this unnamed anonymous humanities faculty member who was writing into the student newspaper, this is what he wrote. Universities are becoming mere means for training men to make money. Stress is laid on the practical, the material. The business courses are popular. The cultural courses neglected. We are becoming a nation of trained animals. Our measure of progress is money. Wow, those are strong words. And you may have heard similar sentiments more recently, but this is a very old controversy indeed. Yet consider a couple of other perspectives. So what have people in the Catholic Church, luminaries in the Catholic Church had to say about business? Well, here's one. Pope St. John Paul II in 1981 wrote, man must work both because the Creator has commanded it and because of his own humanity. Now, I'm going to come back to that, but I would just note the last part of that. Because of his humanity, there's something special about human nature that entails that human beings need to work, according to Pope St. John Paul II. And then later, Pope Benedict XVI, he said, the market is the economic institution that permits encounter between persons. And again, I would call your attention to that last word, persons. That's a technical term for Pope Benedict. He has a very special meaning for that term, and I'll come back to that. But the market is the economic institution that permits encounter between persons. And then our current Pope, Pope Francis, in Laudato Si', although that encyclical expresses other reservations and concerns about markets and business, the Holy Father does say this: business is a noble vocation. It's directed to producing wealth and improving our world. And then one last quote, more recently, Pope Francis said just last August, in a message to French entrepreneurs, it is impossible today to imagine any improvement in the common good. In other words, in economic and social life, in justice, and in the living conditions of the poorest, without considering business people as agents of development and well-being. That might be the strongest statement of all of them, because he's suggesting that business people play a necessary role, not just in increasing prosperity, that's agents of development, but also in improving human beings' well-being. Well, how does that work? Why might that be the case? And we see here that we have some rather different views of business. How do we reconcile these opposed views of business? On the one hand, some people are convinced that business is inconsistent with the common good. On the other hand, we have some of these great figures from the Roman Catholic Church who are saying, no, business is actually necessary for the increase in prosperity and also for improving human well-being. Well, one way to think about that is asking this question: can business be honorable? What I mean by that is, perhaps you've heard the phrase giving back. Many people ask or expect that business people or businesses must give back. After you've been successful, say, as a successful business person, you should give back to society. Well, that phrase giving back is interesting. Notice that people don't say you should give. They say you should give back. Well, what's the difference between those two? Well, when you were young, if your mother told you you needed to give something back, what does that mean you did? Well, it means you took something that didn't belong to you. So if people who are critical of business say that businesses or business people need to give back, does that mean that they're thinking that if you were successful in business, you must have done something wrong that you now need to make up for or atone for as if it were a sin? My answer to that is yes. I think that is what many people think. Maybe they don't know exactly what you did wrong, but they're pretty sure you must have done something wrong if you succeeded in business. But that then just re-raises this question of whether business can be honorable. And what I mean by that is there a way of engaging in business such that you don't have to atone for it as if it were a sin? If you're successful, is there some way of engaging in business, becoming successful, and doing so consistent with the highest order of virtue? So let's think about this for just a moment. And while we do, I would like to ask you to consider this question and this picture I'm going to show you. Let's consider what has been called the Great Enrichment. This is economic historian Deirdre McCloskey's term for this. But just take a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you what you're looking at. You're looking at the total amount of wealth that has been created in the world, the entire world, for the last 2,000 years. Well, that is quite a hockey stick, isn't it? So that is in constant dollars, which are adjusted for inflation. They're constant international 2001 prices, going from year one in the time of Christ all the way to today. That is a pretty spectacular increase. And if you just look at that graph for a moment, I would draw your attention to, say, the year 500. What was going on in 500? A little bit before that, think about the fall of the Roman Empire. Well, Rome was quite a prosperous place in many ways. It built the Colosseum, roads, the Forum, so many other things, and yet not a blip in overall wealth. Move forward to the year 1000. This is the time of the Song dynasty in China. The Song dynasty in China was a great flourishing dynasty. It had writing and literacy. It had philosophers. It had gunpowder. It had technology, and yet no increase whatsoever in overall wealth. Move forward another 500 years to the year 1517, when Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses on the church door. Again, no increase whatsoever. And yet we start to see a little bit of variability, and it's not really until around the year 1800 that we begin to see an uptick. By 1900, the trajectory looks like it's going up, and then there's just an explosion unlike anything we've ever seen. So let me put a little more color on that data. What was going on over the last 2,000 years? Well, in the year of our Lord 1, the total world population was only 150 million people, approximately 150 million people. In 2024, today, we have over 8 billion. What happened to wealth in that time? So again, keeping constant prices, that meaning correcting for inflation and other metrics and other effects that change the currencies. If we try to correct for all that, the total amount of wealth in the year 1 in the time of Christ was $183 billion approximately in contemporary dollars. What is it today? In 2024, we have about 110 trillion with a T. So what does that mean? That we had an increase in population of about 53 times. So we have about 53 times more people on Earth today than we had in the year 1. And yet what happened to wealth? 600-fold increase. So we had a very large increase in population, but we had an even bigger increase in wealth. So just how big has this great enrichment been? Well, we can think about this historically. The average person in 1820 was no better off than the average person, as far as we know, in 1000 BC. In other words, there was virtually no progress, no increase, and certainly wealth did basically nothing year after year, decade after decade, eon after eon. Human beings lived on average on 1 to 3 current dollars per person per day for all of human history. Just think about that. Could you live on, we'll be generous, $3 per person per day? That wouldn't be easy. Well, what is it now? Today, the worldwide average, again in constant dollars, is $48 per person per day. And in the United States, it's $164 per person per day. So that is a massive increase. So that represents something like a 16-fold real increase worldwide and a 55-fold real increase in the United States. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's not 16% and 55%. That's 16 times and 55 times wealthier. So the average person in the world today is 16 times wealthier than the average person 200 years ago. Now, that raises a rather big question, doesn't it? What caused the change? Why did things just in the most recent less than 1% of humanity's existence on the planet suddenly rise to such spectacularly higher levels, to unprecedented levels? Well, I would like you to think about that question, and maybe you have a theory about that. But before I give you my own hypothesis to help explain that, let me address another question you might be having in your mind, which is, well, who's really benefited from this great enrichment? Has it just been the rich who are getting yet richer, maybe at the expense of the poor? Who has benefited from this enrichment that began about 200 years ago? Well, one way to think about it is to look at the increase in the last 200 years of overall population on the one hand, and the proportion of people on the planet who are in what we define as extreme poverty, which is about $2 per person per day. If you're living at the level of $2 per person per day or less, that's classified by the United Nations as being in extreme poverty. Well, take a look at what I'm showing you there. In the year 1820, so about 200 years ago, we had just over 1 billion people on the planet. There you see the rapid increase in population, which has gone to now over 8 billion people. But the red portion of that graph on the bottom, what you see there is the proportion of people who are living at that historical average of $2 or so per person per day. What you see is that remained relatively flat for a long time, even as population increased, and then it began to decrease. And in just the last 40 years or so, it's decreased quite precipitously, so that now we're living at a time when, despite the massive increase in population, we actually have a much lower proportion of people who are living at the level of extreme poverty. And even in absolute number, there are fewer people living in absolute poverty today on Earth than there were 200 years ago. Now, here's just another way of showing you something very similar. There you see by proportions. If you look back in 1820, the proportion of people on Earth who are living at $2 per person per day was over 90%, 90%. And you see there are a couple of different ways of measuring and a couple of different metrics. But what you also see unmistakably is the significant decline in the proportion of people living in absolute poverty over the course of those 200 years, until we get to today, when we have less than under 9% of humanity living in absolute poverty. So in 200 years, we went from over 90% to less than 9%. This represents a spectacular achievement of human history, of human activity, even if it's one that many people, maybe most people, aren't aware of. All right, so let me ask you this question, and maybe you were thinking about this. I've been talking about prosperity measured in dollars, how many people are rising out of absolute poverty in dollars, but is money the only thing that matters? So maybe we've created a lot more wealth, and we've enabled many more people to rise out of the historical levels of extreme poverty to a life that's more comfortable, if not as comfortable as we would like it, but nevertheless rising out of those extremely difficult levels. But is money the only thing that matters? Now, maybe you have your own answer to that. I will give you my answer. My answer is no. No, money is not the only thing that matters in life. But here's an argument I would make. What wealth can do is enable us to turn our attention to the other things that go into making a life of meaning and purpose. If I'm so poor that I'm not sure whether I can eat today or whether my children can eat today, then I'm not thinking about where will I send my children to college, or can we take a European vacation? What I'm thinking about is, can my children eat today? What wealth can do is enable us to begin addressing those more pressing, urgent needs of life: food, clothing, shelter, so that we can progressively, incrementally, begin to turn our attention to those higher elements that go into, as I said, making a life of meaning and purpose. So what might be some evidence that that the increase in prosperity that I showed you has actually enabled that? Well, here's one metric, and it's an extremely important metric. This is life expectancy at birth for over the last just over 200 years. Life expectancy at birth is a very important metric because it includes many other things. In order to lead a long life, many things have to go well for you. So you have to, first of all, have had good food and nutrition. You probably had to have good health care. You had to have a cohesive family and community life. You probably also had to live in a time and a place of relative peace rather than in a war-torn or violent area. So life expectancy includes many different kinds of things. But look what you see there. In 1800, the worldwide average life expectancy at birth was 28.5 years. 28.5, less than 29. Just imagine that. What is it in 2023, the most recent year for which we have any data? It's gone up to 73.4 years, which represents an increase of over 2.5 times. That's a very remarkable increase, but it's not just life expectancy. What else has happened over the last 200 years? Many things are getting better. Despite what you hear, if you listen to the media, it can sound like everything is terrible and maybe even getting worse. But in fact, many things have actually gotten not just better, but remarkably better and to unprecedentedly good levels today. So that includes poverty, as we mentioned before, but as prosperity has increased, so has basic education. And we've gone over the last 200 years from about 17% of the population having some form of basic education. That just means reading, writing, and arithmetic, to now well over 80% of the worldwide population that has had at least that much education. Literacy rates have also increased terrifically. Democracy, the proportion of people living in democracies as opposed to authoritarian countries or various versions of authoritarianism, that's also increased. Vaccination, of course, there weren't vaccinations before fairly recently, but you can see the rapid increase in the proportion of people worldwide who've had at least some vaccination. And then the last one is particularly important. 200 years ago, nearly half of all children who were born died before they reached the age of 5. What has happened in the intervening time? In the last 200 years, we've gone from nearly half of all children dying before the age of 5 to well over 90% of them surviving the first 5 years of life. Again, a tremendous improvement. Now, think of all of these things that are getting better, again, despite what you may hear. Again, we might ask this question that I posed before and asked you to think about. Well, why? Why exactly? And maybe you're thinking about these things as being sort of material things. What about spiritual things or other higher things that might matter in a truly fulfilled human life? Well, let's think about these terms for just a second. The image of God and human dignity. Let's suppose for a second, I would invite you just to think about this. Let's suppose for just a second that human beings were created in the image and likeness of God. Suppose that's true. If that were true, what might follow from that? Well, one thing that might follow from that is that, like God, human beings also are creators. God was a creator. Human beings are created. And I think that's what Pope St. John Paul II meant when he said, man must work both because the Creator has commanded it and because of his own humanity. So what aspect of the humanity is Pope St. John Paul talking about? I think it's this aspect of our nature as being creators. If we were created by God, God created us in his image and likeness. That includes creating us as creators too. What else does that mean? If we are created in the image and likeness of God, it means that we are person. Do you remember that phrase from Pope Benedict that I flagged? I said it was a technical phrase with a special meaning. What I think Pope Benedict was indicating was that human beings are persons in the sense of being moral agents. We are moral agents of freedom and responsibility, which means that we have the ability to choose among options. And if we have the ability to choose among options, then we're also rightly held responsible for the choices we make. We're not just simply constructed to and designed to make only reactive choices to our environment the way maybe other creatures on Earth are. There's something different about us. We can imagine different courses of action, and then we can choose which we would like to pursue. So we are persons in this sense, by which it means moral agents. That's what gives us human dignity. So when people talk about human beings having dignity, even if they're not subscribers to Christianity or Catholicism or to this idea that God created us in the image and likeness of God, nevertheless, almost everybody across the political, economic, religious spectrums, people refer to this term human dignity. It is something like a moral North Star for almost all perspectives on human life. What this hypothesis that we were created in the image and likeness of God can give us is a way to understand why we have that human dignity, wherein it consists. And where does it consist? It consists in our being moral agents of freedom and responsibility. Now, what application might this have to business? After all, we're talking about the first principles of virtuous business. What application might it have to business? Well, recall this claim that Pope Benedict made. He makes it in Caritas in Veritate, in his encyclical Caritas in Veritate. Now, he says the market is the economic institution that permits encounter between persons. In other words, between equal moral agents, all of whom have both freedom to make choices and responsibility for those choices. And the Holy Father is here saying that it's in markets where we see this reflected. Well, how exactly would that work? Let's now return, and I think we begin developing an answer to this, what I called the big question that I asked you to think about, that great hockey stick of prosperity increase. What caused that great enrichment? Well, here's my answer. It was a shift in morality, not a shift in institutions, not a shift in climate or in geography. It was a shift in morality. And here's what I mean by that. Consider for a second that if somebody else has something that you want, it could be anything, their land, you want their labor, if you want them to work for you, you want their cell phone, you want to buy a product from them, whatever it is. If somebody else has something that you want, there are two ways to get it from them. One way is to simply take it without permission. We might call that extraction. So that includes things like theft, imperialism, conquering them and taking their land, colonialism, fraud, defrauding somebody out of something. All of those ways we might put into the category of extraction. And what characterizes extraction? Well, first of all, it's involuntary. If you're stealing something from somebody else, well, then you're not asking their permission. So they're not voluntarily giving it to you. It's involuntary. But it's also what we call zero sum. And here's what I mean by that. Suppose you have a cell phone and I would like to have your cell phone. If I just steal that cell phone from you, well, it's plus one cell phone for me, minus one cell phone for you, plus one plus minus one is zero. In other words, zero sum. What that means is that we're not increasing overall wealth. All we're doing is moving it from one place to another. And if you think back on that graph I showed you, the hockey stick graph, that long period where there was virtually no increase in wealth, what does that mean? Well, that's what was going on in human history. One of the unfortunate realities of human history is that as soon as one person or group gets enough power over another person or group, what do? Well, they engage in extraction. They have historically engaged in extraction. They conquer them. They take their land. They enslave them. They engage in imperialism, etc. All of that does is it takes wealth and resources from one place and just moves them to another. It doesn't increase the overall sum of wealth. It just moves it from one place to another. Let's go back to our example of you having a cell phone that I would like. What's the other way I could get it from you? So I could steal it from you. I could engage in extraction, benefit myself at your expense. Well, the other way is that I could cooperate with you. We can call that cooperation. What does that mean? I could make you an offer that you are free to accept or free to decline. So cooperation involves voluntary exchange. It involves voluntary partnership, voluntary association. And it is not only voluntary, but unlike extraction, it's positive sum, not zero sum. And we know that because under a voluntary exchange, each of us has an opt-out option. So if you have a cell phone that I would like, I can offer you a certain sum of money. If you have the right to say no, thank you, and have that right be respected, we can call that an opt-out option. But if you said yes, when you could have said no, but you said yes instead, that must mean that you value the transaction. In other words, you think that the transaction actually led to an increase in value for you. Similarly, if I say yes to the transaction, it means that the transaction also represents an increase in value for me. So if it's positive value for you and positive value for me, a positive plus a positive is a positive. We call that a positive sum transaction. That means that both of us increased in value, increased in benefit, raising the overall level of prosperity. So what caused the great enrichment? I would like to suggest it was a shift in morality. People began to think that extraction was not just unprofitable, not just that we couldn't get what we wanted that way, because people used to get what they want that way, but instead it was morally unacceptable. Similarly, they began to see cooperation, voluntary exchange, as not only being allowable, but indeed morally praiseworthy. And now I would ask the question, why? Why did they begin to see it that way? And I think it might have something to do with this notion of human dignity. So believing that people, maybe all people, possess human dignity seems to entail that we should ask their permission before we enslave them, steal from them, take their land. We should ask their permission rather than just going ahead with extraction. So it seems to entail or suggest that cooperation is the preferred moral way to engage with others. But just to put a bit of a finer point on this, let me ask you, this is our little in-video quiz. Between extraction and cooperation, I would ask you, which one is more moral? Now, my answer, as I hope your answer is as well, is cooperation. Cooperation is clearly the better way to treat other people because they have human dignity. And it's an infringement of human dignity to engage in extraction with other people. That one's more moral, but here's my second question. Which method, extraction and cooperation, leads to overall increasing net prosperity? Well, by a spectacular stroke of good luck, it's exactly the same one. It's cooperation in both cases. So here is my suggestion. Honorable business is cooperative business, plus just a bit more. All right, so let me elaborate. If our goal is to encourage cooperative exchange and discourage extractive exchange, in part, maybe principally, because cooperative exchange is the moral way to treat others, reflecting human dignity, whereas extractive exchange is immoral because it violates human dignity, what kinds of institutions should we have that would reflect and respect that? Well, first of all, we would need institutions that respect all persons, that treat all persons as possessed of human dignity, all of them, not just some, not just in my country or in my community or my tribe, all human beings. We would also need institutions that respect and reflect people as possessed of freedom, rationality, and purpose. We are, after all, purposive creatures, meaning we look for purposes and answer to the why question that we began with, not just what to do, but why we're doing it. We need institutions that respect all of those which are constitutive of our moral agency. What else do we need? We need private property and the rule of law. Now, that might seem like a bit of a jump. Why do we need private property and the rule of law? Well, let me go back to Pope Leo again from Rerum Novarum. This is what Pope Leo XIII said in Rerum Novarum over 130 years ago. The chief thing to be secured is the safeguarding by legal enactment and policy of private property. Strong words. Why? Why do we need private property and the rule of law? Because, the Holy Father went on to argue, with private property and the rule of law, all may justly strive to better their condition, yet neither justice nor the common good allows anyone to cede that which belongs to another. Now, that last part, seize that which belongs to another. You now know what a word that we might use to describe that. That's extraction. So what Pope Leo is suggesting is that if you have institutions that protect private property and the rule of law, then the only way any person can improve his own condition is by engaging in cooperative exchange with willing others. In other words, if you have private property and the rule of law that shows respect for all human beings as possessed of human dignity, then what emerges from that is a market economy marked by honorable business. All right, so let's be more specific. What are these first principles of virtuous business? First, no extractive behavior ever. So if you want to engage in what I would call virtuous business, this has to be the first principle. Never benefit yourself at the expense of anyone else, even when you have the opportunity to, even when you wouldn't get caught. Never do that. Think of the Hippocratic Oath, which is first do no harm. This should be something that is incorporated into your character and is enforced through force of your own character. That's the first principle of honorable business. No extractive behavior ever. The second principle, which follows from that, is engage in cooperative behavior only. We treat all parties to any exchange, transaction, partnership as persons with dignity. We respect their opt-out option. If they say no, no means no. That also means, of course, that we should honor our promises and commitments, even when no one is looking. That's part of what it means to engage in cooperative behavior only. And then third and finally, the bit more I said honorable business is cooperative business plus a bit more. What is that bit more? I think we are called to make a personal commitment, not merely to not harming others, but also to using the gifts that each of us has, the unique set of skills and abilities and talents and opportunities to find ways to benefit not only ourselves, but others as well. This is what Pope Benedict called charity beyond justice. Now, let me illustrate this just a little bit more by distinguishing what I'm calling honorable business from dishonorable business. So if we're going to promote honorable business, that must mean that there's such a thing as dishonorable business. What would that be? Well, think back to those criticisms of business and business education that we started with. Why are people so suspicious of business? Why do so many people think that business is something that is morally suspect? Well, I think one of the reasons is because people tend to think of all exchange as being zero sum. In other words, if one person is increasing in prosperity, it must mean that somebody else is decreasing in prosperity. That the only way for one person to become better off is by making somebody else worse off. In other words, at their expense. But as we've seen, there actually is another way. So people can be forgiven for thinking of it that way, because that, after all, is the way that most human societies and human beings in the past, if they got wealthy, it was by extraction, by making themselves, benefiting themselves at the expense of others. But there is also such a thing as positive sum exchange, where both or all parties benefit. But a second thing that people worry about is inequality. Does inequality arise in a market economy, even one marked only by honorable business? The answer is yes. But there is such a thing as a distinction between blameworthy inequality and what I would call innocent inequality. What is blameworthy inequality? Blameworthy inequality is what arises precisely through extraction. When I get wealthier at your expense, involuntarily benefiting myself while taking away from others. But is there another kind of inequality? In other words, an inequality that could arise through only honorable business? Well, Pope Leo says, there naturally exist among mankind innumerable differences of the most important kind. People differ in capability, in diligence, in health, and in strength. And unequal fortune is a necessary result of inequality in condition. In other words, people are different, and that's okay. God made all of us unique, and if we're all unique, that means each of us is different from everybody else in our abilities and the things we are interested in, and our purposes and our skills and our goals. That's what makes us of use to one another. That's what makes us dependent on one another. And if we engage in voluntary cooperative transactions, then inequality is what we should expect. It's not the departure. It's if we didn't have inequality, then that would suggest that something is wrong. So I think the real core of the charge against business that people have in mind is really against what I would call extraction in all its various forms. If we can get rid of extraction and commit to only honorable business that is cooperative, then I think we can all benefit together. So here's what's needed for that: respect for the human dignity of all, protection of the private property of all, an impartial and equal application of law to all. And in other words, if we have that, what we will get is honorable business. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by drawing together the various threads of my argument. The title of my talk was First Principles of Virtuous Business. I'm now talking about honorable business. What do I mean by that? Honorable business is, first of all, cooperative. It treats other people with dignity and respect. Now, note that the first thing I say is not about the prosperity that we can get from it, but the moral claim about respecting one another's human dignity as being as I believe, created in the image and likeness of God. So honorable business is cooperative. It treats people as they are, as we should treat one another, with dignity and respect. But honorable business also seeks mutual benefit. It seeks positive sum transactions. It asks all of us to find ways to use our unique creativity to follow the command of God, as Pope St. John Paul II said, to become creators in the way that each of us can uniquely do, to create benefit not only for ourselves, but for others as well. So if you are thinking about starting a business, becoming part of a business, working for a business, engaging in business, buying from a business, why should you do that? We began this talk by asking about the why. What's the answer to that? Why should you engage in business? Well, your purpose, I would suggest, is, first of all, to use your unique signature of time, talent, and treasure to benefit not only yourself, but at the same time, others. So to benefit yourself and others simultaneously. And in that way, I suggest you can do your part, your unique part. Remember, if you're created in the image and likeness of God, you were created not only uniquely, but for a reason. And your unique set of talents is unrepeated in the entire history of the universe. In this way, each of us can contribute in our own unique way to both prosperity and morality, creating genuine value in both our own and in others' lives, but only if we do so, as I've described, honorably. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to leave you with one final question for you to consider. If honorable business, as I have described it, is both cooperative, in other words, it is morally justifiable, it's the right moral way to treat and interact with other people, respecting their dignity as moral agents, and if it also leads to mutual benefit, then despite those criticisms we saw at the beginning, is it possible that engaging in honorable business so defined might not only not be morally suspicious, but might actually be a moral calling? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Otteson, for that great talk on what is essential for virtuous business and for discussing today's guiding question. I encourage all of us to keep these principles in mind as we consider the rest of today's sessions. The results from our first poll question are now visible beneath this video. Before we move to our next session, please enjoy this short video from Acton's Good Society film series, sharing the story of a Colorado entrepreneur and his company, Meyer Skis.
My name is Matt Cudmore. I'm the founder of Meyer Skis. I started Meyer Skis out of Glenwood Springs, Colorado. Our factory is now downtown Denver. Currently, I'm living up here in North Idaho with my family. We're hanging out in my R&D shop, which is Sandpoint, Idaho, just at the base of Schweitzer Mountain, where we're skiing today. My neighbor asked me if I wanted to try to build a pair of skis. At the time, I've got 3 little kids, and a newborn, and that's kind of the last thing I'm thinking about. And my grandma had just passed away and gave each of us kids $1,000. Wanted to put it towards something special and unique. So I put that towards my first ski press and a welder, and got after it. It was a very exciting thing to create my first pair of skis with my own 2 hands and have the kids see me do that. Building the first few pairs, I was just using the materials that I could. The skis were great, but people were saying, well, why would I buy your skis if I could buy someone else's? There's so many different brands out there. So I really got to thinking, and we had to do something special with it. And we were having a barbecue, and my brother was over, and he said, well, how cool would it be to build skis out of the timber sale I got going on right now? So I started trying to figure out like the best woods locally to use. Everybody in Colorado knows about the pine beetle kills that are chewing up all the trees and killing them off. So we decided to try to incorporate those into the skis as well, which is a hard thing to do. The skis now are about 80% Colorado aspen and 20% pine beetle kill, all locally harvested. Just the mixture of that has come out with a really great combination for a very poppy, lightweight, responsive ski core. All my friends started skiing on skis, and their friends started skiing on the skis, so my orders were getting bigger every season. And at the beginning, the direction was keep it local, keep it small, build 50 pairs of skis for the locals every year or something like that. And I quickly learned that the locals can only buy so many pairs of skis before you have to get outside of that market area. It was all that success and people loving what I was creating, and everybody just saying, you should do this. You should quit your job and do this full time. So my business partner came on, and the first thing that we were needing to do was to move out of my garage and get into a real factory.
At that point, Matt was still in the garage. He was probably doing 20, 30 skis a year. But I thought that he was onto something that was truly unique and different. And that's not easy to do in an industry like the ski industry, where skis have been made for many, many years by brands that are mostly European-based. We felt like we could take what he'd done in the garage and turn them into something bigger, where we can add some resources. So that's when we set up in the spring of 2012, set up a factory out in Glenwood Springs.
So I quit my job. A lot of risk, but I was still able to provide for the family. Yeah, so my wife, Rosie, she is an awesome, awesome lady. In fact, the name, Meyer, came from her maiden name, which is Meyer Grolman. So she's been behind me from day one, and my biggest supporter.
Building a business from scratch, especially a manufacturing business where you're not producing a $5 or $20 widget, but you're producing skis that you're trying to sell at a price point from $600 to $1,000 is no easy task. And frankly, it's probably was a much greater hurdle than Matt realized, and a much greater hurdle than I realized. But once you've you're in deep and committed, you want to see it through. And it's taken significantly more hours. It's taken significantly more money. It's taken significantly more risk for both of us, I would say both personally and financially, to get it to where we are. And hope that you're able to somehow push that heavy wagon up over the hill. And Meyer Skis is right at that point right now. Still a lot of hurdles to get over. We're still not cash flow positive, but that looks promising for this year. Either it's going to fall fast and crash, or hopefully it catches flight and soars. And right now it's feeling a little bit more like a more positive outcome than not. Yeah, out of this little space here that we've put together, we think we can be the largest ski brand that actually makes their own product here in North America, which frankly just doesn't really happen in the ski industry. So we're kind of hoping to break the mold and bust through.
Meyer's been a wild ride, but it could all end right now, and I would consider myself the most successful guy out there, because one day I was playing with my kids, we were riding BMX, and his bike broke. And he said, Dad, hold up, we need to jump in the car and go to the shop. And I'm like, why? Well, my bike broke, I need to go build another one. And he grew up knowing that you build something. And that is by far the biggest accomplishment, is showing my kids that you can work hard and it pays off, and you can accomplish anything you want to, and you can build something.
Meyer Skis is an example of how a business gets built. Someone has an idea or sees a problem and comes up with a solution. Sometimes it's in the form of a charity or nonprofit, but more often than not, it takes the form of a company. Take, for example, two friends. Let's call them Joe and Tom. They have an idea for a new product and want to start a business. They talk it over with their families and decide to pursue their dream. They pool together their savings, take some money from their retirement funds, and come up with $50,000 to start working on their idea. They put together a business plan and convince two investors in town, Bill and Deborah, to invest another $50,000. With $100,000 in the bank, Joe and Tom rent some space on 2nd Street, buy some machinery, and start making backpacks. The first year is all about setup and finding some customers willing to try their product. In year 2, they sell nearly 1,000 units and are able to hire 2 employees and start growing. Years 3, 4, and 5 see steady increases in sales, and Joe and Tom are able to hire more employees. The company's cash flow is still negative. They are still spending more than they make, but revenue is increasing. They take small salaries for themselves so they can invest what's left into the business, but they are enjoying the work and beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. In year 6, Joe and Tom saw a big opportunity to grow. So they took a loan from the local bank to buy more equipment, and hire 8 new people. Their risk paid off, and sales more than tripled. Over the next 4 years, the business grows, as do the costs. There is still no positive cash flow, and Joe and Tom are still getting paid less than their employees. Things are tight at home. Luckily, they have understanding families willing to forego vacations and house remodeling projects. The investors, Deborah and Bill, are anxious about their money. Over the next several years, Joe, Tom, and their team work hard, and by year 10, the company has 30 employees and is finally making some real money. They paid off the bank loan and were able to distribute a small return to themselves and their investors. Finally, in year 15, after 5 more years of hard work and breakthroughs, the company has over 100 employees and is becoming a recognized innovator in the industry. Joe and Tom, and Bill and Deborah, all made several $1,000,000 in return on their original investments. Of course, this simple story leaves a lot out. Real companies are messy, and 4 out of 7 new businesses fail, and not everyone makes it big like Joe and Tom. Yet all companies start small and require entrepreneurs and investors willing to take risks to accomplish their dreams. There is rarely such a thing as an overnight success. We can focus on the monetary success of entrepreneurs and investors like Joe, Tom, Bill, and Deborah. We can wonder why Joe and Tom made so much more than their employees. But just as economics is more than math, business is about much more than money. First, a business only makes money if it provides goods and services that people want and need. And perhaps most important, yet often forgotten, entrepreneurs and investors help create social cohesion by bearing risk. For over a decade and a half, as Joe and Tom's business was not only selling products and paying salaries, it was playing an essential role in the community by creating stability and opportunity. For years, while Joe and Tom had many sleepless nights, worrying whether their risk would pay off, their employees had stable incomes, were able to buy homes, pay for their children's education, participate in the local community, and donate to their churches and other civic groups. The creation of business is not a solitary activity, but a series of personal, social, political, and cultural relationships. In the next episodes, we'll see how small businesses contribute to their local communities and the common good just by being a business. We'll also see how they interact with others in a global network of cooperation, competition, and exchange.
Next up, we are joined by a panel of experts and practitioners who will be discussing the impact of artificial intelligence in the workplace. Our first panelist, Brent Orell, is a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, specializing in job training and workforce development. Recently, he has focused on the workforce opportunities and challenges resulting from generative AI and automation, as well as strategies for improving economic mobility in rural, redeveloping, and non-metropolitan areas. Our second panelist, Mate Zak, is a proud Acton alumnus from the 2010 intern program, and now works as the innovation lead for PricewaterhouseCoopers in Budapest, Hungary, where he drives local and regional innovation initiatives, including the recent implementation of an AI solution in the CEE region for tax and legal services. Our last panelist, Mark Johnson, is a co-founder and managing partner at Michigan Software Labs in Ada, Michigan. Michigan Software Labs is a technology company which develops custom software solutions, including apps and AI tools for Fortune 500 companies. The company was named as an Inc. 5000 fastest growing company and Fortune 100 best places to work in the USA. Mark is also a member of both the Forbes Technology Council and Fast Company Executive Board, where he writes articles for both publications. Our panel moderator is Dan Churchwell, who currently serves as the Director of Programs and Education for the Acton Institute. He is interdisciplinary in his interests and has taught and lectured widely on issues related to the intersection of philosophy, theology, and economics. His current research interests include media ecology, technological ethics, and the future of work. As a reminder, please see the second poll question beneath the video. We are excited to welcome this panel and look forward to hearing their insights on this timely topic.
Welcome, and thank you for joining us for Business Matters 2024. Less than 70 years ago, in 1956, the term artificial intelligence was first used in a paper at the Dartmouth Summer Institute. Many quality thinkers were sitting around trying to figure out what it is that they were developing and thinking through at that time. Much debate was had about what to call it. Some were saying genuine intelligence, but they finally settled on this idea of artificial intelligence. And at the time, the most advanced computers were less than 1 million times slower than the cell phone in your pocket. No matter where you fall or find yourself on the spectrum of techno-optimism or techno-pessimism, technology pervades the modern world. David Nye argued, in fact, in 1995, that technological progress is actually America's true civil religion. What advances we've had in those last 70 years. In 2022, we all know the phenomenon that hit November 30th when ChatGPT was first unleashed on the public just 14 months ago. In that same year, in 2022, IBM did a global survey, though, and found that 35% of companies already reported using AI in their business, and an additional 42% reported that they were already exploring how to use AI in the next fiscal year. Today, we have three very accomplished thinkers, practitioners on our panel today to discuss some of these questions and engage in this conversation. And please welcome Brent, Mark, and Mate. Welcome. We're absolutely delighted you're with us. And Brent, I want to start with you. Your expertise really is employment and workforce development. Recently, you wrote a piece about how artificial intelligence and soft skills in the modern workplace are a benefit in these scenarios. Can you tell us a little bit about some of these practical insights on soft skills and artificial intelligence?
Sure. And again, thank you so much for having me. This is a topic that I spend basically all the time these days thinking about, reading about, and trying to get my mind around the extent of the implications of artificial intelligence for employment. You've probably heard this quote before. It either comes from a guy by the name of Niels Bohr, who was a Nobel laureate physicist, or it comes from Yogi Berra. But the quote is, predictions are hard, and they're especially hard when it comes to the future. And I think that more than anything sort of captures the challenge that we all face with the advent of generative AI as it begins to make its way into our workplaces and into our lives. I mean, I think it's very difficult to know and to be able to predict with any kind of specificity what the impacts are going to be. In the next week or two, I'll have a report out on that very topic, tracking the variation and the projections around AI from about 2005 to the present, and just how much variation there's been in terms of people trying to estimate the impacts of AI in employment and skills. I say all of that because I think that uncertainty is the main certainty that we're dealing with. We can be absolutely sure that in market economies, we're always going to see a lot of change. And I think that AI holds the potential to put that change cycle on high for everybody in terms of the need to be able to adapt to new technology, build new skills, and so on, in order to remain relevant in the workplace. And that's really where this conversation about soft skills starts. Soft skills, if you boil them down, are really about learning. Are you equipped to learn? And just to back up for a second, when we talk about soft skills, what we're talking about are things like teamwork, communication, flexibility, perseverance, also called grit in the literature on workforce development. Those things are essential both on the job, executing on tasks, and absolutely vital as to be a good learner. And we need to be thinking in both of those domains, that we are equipping people to do a good job by having these kinds of interpersonal skills that are so necessary in the job. We also need them to be good learners. And that's why I've spent so much time focusing on this in terms of the importance of soft skills relative to AI. The pace of change is going to require us not just to be good learners, but to be good learners all the time. And I really emphasize that with the young people that I work with as a scholar and as a supervisor. The time is now. You have to get into the realm of artificial intelligence, make yourself comfortable with its use, not avoid it, because it is not avoidable going into the future. So those are really the main two factors, I think, in terms of why we need to emphasize soft skills from both a practical standpoint and from a learning standpoint. Now, in terms of the way that AI itself can help us overcome some of these challenges, I should say, has been one of the big surprises to me thus far in the way the technology has developed. I think, and I think there's research to support this already, that AI may itself be the most important tool for learning how to use AI, and particularly for the populations that I'm most concerned about, which are disadvantaged and marginalized workers, in the way that AIs can serve as coaches to workers who may not have had all the skill development either in the technical domain or in the soft skills domain. And I think the other thing, the other big surprise learning that I've discovered as I've been studying this is this question of skills democratization. That AI holds the capacity to allow people to skip through a whole bunch of tedious learning processes and acquire skills that might take them months or even years to acquire, and have an AI do that for them. I think about this a lot as somebody who works in a think tank. I've spent 30 years developing my reading, analytical, and writing skills in the policy domain. I think an AI for the next generation is going to allow people to skip a lot of that and be able to move much more quickly into higher levels of work, analysis, and writing than was available to people of my generation. So those are kind of the big thoughts that I have around AI and its application in the workforce and the application to education and training.
That's really great. I mean, do you think, I know you've written recently as well on the idea of the possibility of AI and automation driving a wedge between kind of making the elite more elite and the people who are on the bottom more marginalized. Do you find that AI and automation, do you fear, maybe as we're talking about predictions, where are you? Where do you think that falls within the wedge of does AI and automation create that divide?
Well, as I alluded to at the end of my introduction there, I think that that's possible, right? There are all sorts of possibilities. And as we talked about, predictions are hard, particularly relating to the future. We don't really know what the impacts are going to be. I don't think they're going to either be our worst fears or our fondest hopes. I think it's going to be a muddle of opportunities and challenges that people face. The initial data on this is quite encouraging to me in the way that AI can help to level up the workforce and allow, like I was just talking about, allow workers to gain access to skills that would otherwise require so much additional training and so much additional education that they may be able to bypass that. And the AI becomes kind of an adaptive tool that allows people to do more than they ever imagined that they could do. So, and I think that in terms of the wage question, how is this going to affect less skilled versus more skilled? Very interesting study just came out in the last few weeks where the researchers, they're at the University of Toronto or Ontario, I can't remember which right now, but these researchers looked at the way that AI could democratize skill. And the examples that they use relative to that are two quite disparate ones, but they talk about cab drivers in the UK who, for those who aren't familiar, in the past, it could take you 4 years of intense study of the medieval street system of London in order to become qualified as a cab driver. So you have all that, you had to study and absorb all of this information and take that on board, pass extensive examinations, and then you got your license. GPS has completely turned that on its head, and a GPS is a form of artificial intelligence. Now, anybody can do like what London cabbies have done for forever, but they don't have to go through all of that 4 years of training. Another example that they use the researchers use in the study is in healthcare, where, to become a doctor in this country, you've got undergrad, you've got med school, then you've got various layers of post med school education in order to become a practitioner who can work on their own or has admitting privileges in a hospital, for instance. AI, the researchers in the study were talking about, AI can equip people with all of that knowledge and skill that's required to make differential diagnoses without having to go through the entire medical school process to get there. So what we could see are, rather than seeing a doctor, and this is already happening, at least it's happening to me, it's a nurse practitioner who has access to a tremendous amount of diagnostic capability through computers and through AIs that can help sort through symptoms and make recommendations about treatment. Now, that doesn't mean that the role of the physician disappears, but what it does mean is that we will be able to radically expand the supply of healthcare workers through the use of AI, which we desperately need to do because we have an aging population and we have a plethora of new technologies and new treatments coming on board, becoming available to the public. And we need more healthcare workers than we're going to be able to create, more doctors in particular than we're going to be able to train. So AI, in a way, can help us to solve some of our demographic problems and our skill development problems. And so you were talking at the beginning, I'm definitely on the optimistic side of this. I think that AI is going to be a huge boon to people and not something that people should be afraid of.
Thank you, Brent. What I'm hearing, Brent, from you is that essentially training is going to be a big piece in the future, whether it's organizations or universities or some sort of certificates that people can get so that they're up to date on these new technologies. Mate, did you have a question?
Yeah, that's right. Because what Brent said was pretty intriguing. Because I'm coming from more of the practical side of things, how to actually launch an AI tool, how to plan for it, how to build a business case, how to launch it, change management, etc. But the effects are really beyond my comprehension. And now that you are talking about trainings and upskilling, what we're seeing right now globally, for example, within the accounting and tax industries, is that audit industries, is that the shape of the organization is shifting. Simplistically said, from a triangular to a diamond shape. So less and less people are coming in from lower grades and maturing to higher grades, and the uncertainty or question that I have here, or how I can relate to what you said is, how are people going to get the right experience when as AI develops, it tackles issues from the more simplistic to the more advanced ones. So if we're substituting AI and LLM solutions with the lower level tasks, how is a corporation going to tackle the experience issue? What is your take on that?
It's all of these questions are quite complex, and I think we're going to be kind of feeling our way forward into it to figure it out. I'm very grateful that there are organizations like PwC, whose job it is to help businesses sort through these questions and try to develop the strategies for coping with them. I mean, I would say in general, if you look at the way that AI is expected to affect the workforce, it's very different than any other sort of chapter of automation that we've ever experienced in the past. In the past, it's always been the less educated and less skilled who have been the ones who have seen their jobs most affected by the introduction of new technologies, right? We saw it in the shift from agrarian to industrial, from industrial to information and services. It's there's always been such a premium on more education, more skills. And what's so interesting to me about AI is that, again, at least the preliminary results of what's going on out there suggest that it's actually people who have more education who are more exposed to the effects of AI, right? It's the lawyers and the accountants and people in advertising and marketing and human resources. These are people that have invested a lot in their education, typically many years. And all of a sudden, they're the ones who are feeling the kind of the pressure to change, right? Because so much of what they do can be automated. About 20% of jobs, and these skew toward the high end of the labor market, about 20% of the jobs will see, a significant amount of impact from automation. People with less education that are more involved in processes and tasks that are more manualized in their nature see much less impact from AI. So this is a complete inversion from what we've seen in terms of automation in the past. And it's going to be very interesting. And we live in interesting times, whether that's a blessing or a curse. We live in interesting times. It's going to be very interesting to see how people who have never really experienced that kind of pressure from automation respond. And knowledge businesses, that are focused, that are in the knowledge economy, are the ones who are at the leading edge of this, because AIs. This is what they are. Generative AI programs are especially good with language. And language has always been the thing that has been hardest to automate, language-based activities. So again, we don't know. Nobody knows. Anybody who tells you that they know what's going to happen, I think is, they're trying to sell you something that may not be in your interest. But what we need to be building into our workforce in the face of all of that change is flexibility. How do you pivot to new opportunities? We are not ever going to run out of work. I think that's one of the most important things to keep in mind, is that what automation does is generate its own demand, right? We increase automation, we get wealthier, people have more money, they spend more money. All of a sudden, they're buying things that they regard as necessities that never existed before they had the money to buy them. So that's going to generate more jobs over time. The question is, how do you manage the transition between the old jobs and the new jobs? And that is going to be a task for everyone. It's going to be a task for business. It's going to be a task for education. And frankly, it's going to be a task for workers. Nobody can deliver this to you. You've got to go out and begin to make your own plan for how you're going to adjust to the new economy.
One of the important distinctions I think you're making there too is that we have to be careful when we say jobs are going away. It's largely tasks within jobs. And so the modification, the sky is falling, people try to tell us all these jobs are going away. But I think we're seeing a lot of the modification is in specific tasks within industries that are more attuned to maybe some of this disruption. But Mark, let's turn to you, Mark. Your company, Michigan Software Labs, has just exploded over the last 14 years, really doing great work. You work with clients around the country to design and create the software and the apps that run some of these modern things we're talking about. How has AI, or the conversation around AI and automation, affected the business you're in?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks so much for having me. It's an honor to be serving along this panel with all these other panelists. And I think if I could just take you a bit into the boardroom at what's happening, and maybe just think about yourself in a boardroom of a Fortune 500 company, and kind of get a flavor of what's happening. And if you were to back up, 5 years or so, a lot of what they were talking about is using AI to really automate, pricing. How can we start and make sure that we have, of all of our SKUs, have the best pricing, along with that based on the supply and demand for our products or services. And then it shifted from just looking at pricing to looking at a recommendation engine. All right, now that we've got the right prices set, how can we make sure that we're recommending, the right products? And so, you've seen this before. You've been on Amazon, you go down to the bottom and it said, here's all the other stuff that similar people, bought after they bought that. So you end up putting more in your cart than you expected, because, that's how recommendation engines work. They're kind of reading your mind. Now what's happening in the boardroom is AI really has a seat at the table. And so there's a chair there for AI. And businesses that are leading and are starting to think about, all right, what is AI's role within our enterprise? And they're asking AI, should we build this new factory or should we create this new product line? And it's really starting out in four categories, at least that we're seeing. One is it's starting out with a core business of, how can we really take our, core business and increase the revenue out of that? And within that, how can we, of course, reduce costs to our core business? How can we also create new businesses that are outside of that, as well as these AI offerings or insights? And so starting to see a little bit of more adoption within that, but it's been happening over the past few years. And so I think ChatGPT and other tools, really made it public and made it something that people could commercially understand. But now it's been happening within enterprise for 5 years or so. And so just something that we've been seeing, and I wanted to take you into the boardroom a little bit of what we've been learning and what we've been hearing.
That's really great. I mean, when you're developing these apps and some of this software, are your clients looking for? It's probably broad, but are they looking for specific kinds of applications for these artificial intelligence? I mean, when we say artificial intelligence, Marvin Minsky called this a suitcase word, right? Our artificial intelligence needs to be unpacked because there's so much there. What exactly are we talking about? Can you give us like a concrete example maybe, or in a generalized way, of some of your clients and what they're looking for with artificial intelligence?
Yeah, so it's adapted over time. Of course, it started with those three areas of pricing and recommendation, and then more of a seat at the table. Now within the applications, they really need it to be more intuitive, and so a lot of times as a user, you might not even know that AI is happening in the background of an application, but it's happening. It's there. It's making the information that you see, the data that you see on the application a lot more available to you, and really that next action that you're looking to take is already presented there. And so we don't know really that it's happening behind the scenes, but it is happening. And so a lot of our clients, especially in the enterprise, they're using it really to try and scale. How can we make sure we're not having any redundant or useless information up on the screen, and make sure it's the best value that we can provide the business is right there in front of the user. So for example, yesterday, we were with a group. This is a healthcare group, but they're actually using AI in order to provide the right recommended medicine, and being able to partner along with a physician and an expert in order to make the appropriate recommendation. Again, this is in cancer research and diagnosis, and it's combining the AI with a human, an expert, that's really going to have the best impact, and at least in terms of what we're seeing. I think, of course, there's ethical concerns with that, but a lot of the best, research that we've heard is you want to treat AI like a work colleague. And so a work colleague is someone that you're learning from, and they're learning from you. And, they're a bit of a threat. They could get promoted before you, but you really want to think about them as someone that's helping you along the way. You're going to be able to help them, and, not just, totally turn them off. Because I think what we want to make sure we're doing is enterprises are, as growing and adopting these new technologies, are really thinking about this as even more powerful than the internet. And you remember the switch, before, if, businesses said, hey, we only accept faxes. That's how we're going to do our orders. We're not going to accept any email. I mean, they're not going to survive. They're not going to last, or even thinking about Blockbuster and larger enterprises, versus Netflix. All right, we're going to, totally disrupt your business model. And with Blockbuster, what's interesting is, they really didn't want to disrupt those late fees, because that's how they made 70% of the revenue, is with, people were, not taking their DVDs back in time. And so the same sort of thing is happening right now in the enterprise in a different way, but with AI. And so we're continuing to see it really as it affects the core business.
That's fascinating. So that this idea is of AI as colleague. Let me pause there just for a minute. So when, I have colleagues here, some are watching this as we're recording, and we have really great interactions. We know a little bit about each other's families, our quirks, etc. There's knowledge to be had about who we are, our personalities, etc. One thing that makes Acton unique is that we really highly value what it means to be embodied. We're embodied persons. We're rational beings. What does it mean to be human, truly human? We talk a lot about here at Acton. And so when you use that analogy of AI as colleague, sometimes, artificial intelligence seems like magic. When people are describing it, you really can't know it in a way that you would know a colleague. So how beneficial do you think, or what are the areas, the fringes, the margins around treating AI as a colleague in that relationship to language as we normally use it?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I'm curious the other panelists, but I'll just share one comment of, as you think about the difference between, knowledge and wisdom, you can have a colleague that is really smart, they know all the facts and they can memorize everything, but they don't know really how to apply that knowledge in the right way. A lot of the same is true, with AI. It's going to know everything, and it's going to have all the facts and figures about your enterprise, but is it going to know the right thing to do, when maybe the rules don't apply? And so I think you saw this a little bit with chess early on, as they were applying AM models to chess. And chess was doing things, originally they built the models to really copy, the best chess players in the world. And then what they found is that if they just told the AI the rules and allowed it to innovate on its own, knowing, rewarding it for wins and, not rewarding it for losses, what they found is that it was doing things that humans had never really even considered, like sacrificing the queen in certain areas, because it was able to think through all these permutations. And so I think about this as it relates to work colleague is the difference between knowledge and wisdom. Someone that has all the knowledge, but maybe doesn't know how to apply it. And those are just some thoughts, but I'm really curious what everyone's thinking.
Yeah, that's great. Anybody else want to jump into that?
Yeah, I definitely have something, but I want to give Mate a chance to get in here too if he's got something he wants to say.
Okay, well, let's circle back to that AI as colleague. That's a really interesting thing. Mate, thank you for joining us all the way from Hungary. We're delighted to have you. Can you describe a little bit about your role at PwC, especially where it relates to the innovation side of your work?
Well, thanks, Dan, and thank you for having me. Myself as innovation leader locally in PwC, Hungary, based in Budapest, I have many hats. But one of the key ones is I'm operating an internal incubation process and an incubation house, if you will. And I'm also supporting innovative solutions to become reality. Should it be for internal purposes or for external purposes towards our clients? And AI came into my focus like a year ago when globally PwC we announced that we're investing a large amount of money in AI, and as part of that, as a key initiative, we went into an exclusive contract with Harvey, and right now, just a couple of months ago, here locally in the CEE region, I was a part of the team which launched the tool for tax and legal AI.
So tell us a little bit about that. I mean, as far as I could tell in my research, that Harvey is a second company, or is a company, correct, that you're partnering with? Is that right?
Exactly. It's an external company. If you want to go into a little bit of detail, they're building their tool on top of the OpenAI ChatGPT solution. AI is an interesting phenomenon because technologically we're speaking about many technologies coming together. So as Mark already gave very good examples of AI being used even decades ago for multiple purposes, from recommendation engines to pricing, whatnot. I think the value add that came, or the the most recent innovation that came in was the combination of AI with large language models, which really made the difference between a machine, a technology, and a colleague, if you will. And I think that is the key difference there, and that is driving all the hype really around recent developments in AI.
Yeah, and Harvey is essentially helping PwC with a lot of legal, and it was interesting. I couldn't. It's not. It try to be very clear that it's not replacing lawyers or consultants, but it is doing something. But the something was kind of vague. So can you give us, without giving us proprietary, like what is it helping PwC do?
Absolutely. So as of the current state of the technology, we are seeing AI supporting our tax and legal work in many ways. Just to name a couple of them: contract analysis, regulatory compliance, due diligence projects, basically streamlining all the legal work that is being done, and ultimately providing our colleagues and our clients more opportunities to focus on the value add part of their work.
Okay. No, that's really fascinating that and that's part of Open AI. Is it a part of an open? It's using the Open AI sourceware. Is that right?
The language engine, yes.
Yeah.
Language engine, yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I'd like to just come back to that colleague question that we've been talking about, AI as a colleague. I think that you're hearing this. You've now heard it from both Mark and from Mate, and that is completely consistent with what I see happening in the research around this. There was a very interesting study done by Eric Brynholst out at Stanford University last year, and it was focused on call center workers. And it was a large software firm that employed about 5,000 call center customer service representatives. That's hard work, as we know, to be on the phone all the time, dealing with customers who are in various states of kind of dissatisfaction, typically, with the service that they're receiving, and they have a problem and they need a solution. In this study, they had, as I said, about 5,000 workers, and they split them in half. Half got a chatbot, large language model, program assistant, and half didn't. And what they found was really, really interesting, was that it was the lowest skilled workers who benefited the most from having access to this chatbot. It allowed them to much more quickly onboard as workers, because they had a coach there with them all the time, helping them sort through the responses that they needed to make to the customer. And the responses were both on the technical side. There is this issue that I'm having with the service that I purchased that isn't working, and I want it fixed. So that's sort of one set of issues. But the other part of this is that the chatbot was very helpful in helping workers deal with the kind of socio-emotional content of the call. Somebody calls in, they're saying, I'm frustrated, I'm angry, I am outraged by, how bad this program is. The chatbot was also helping these workers adjust their language to address kind of the emotional context of their responses, to be more empathetic, which is interesting, right? We need a machine that can help us become more empathetic. And what they've got out of this was a really large increase in productivity, about 14% improvement in productivity overall. And for those workers, the new workers, the less skilled workers, it was much more than that, right? Those kinds of productivity increases are very difficult to get. And for many years, there was a fellow by the name of Michael Polanyi who argued that it was basically impossible to teach people that kind of tacit, implied knowledge that goes along, the interpersonal skills. And the AI is actually able to do that. Now, that's a huge change, enormous change. It's going to work its way through our economy to increase the productivity of all kinds of service-based work, which is, in the United States, 80% of the U.S. economy is services.
That's really interesting. So are you saying, in your opinion, do you think AI has solved Polanyi's paradox?
I believe that it holds the potential for dealing with that, beginning to give us a solution. We've never had one before, and I think it holds the potential for doing that. Now, so we asked the question you were asking. Acton cares about this embodiedness and the human source of all of this value. Well, the large language model doesn't learn on its own. It is trained on the transcripts of calls with the highest performing customer service representatives. That's how it learns. It's still human. These are still human responses. They're just encoded in a database that other people who have not had the opportunity for one reason or another to be able to learn those skills the way the rest of us learn those skills. Now, that can be an organic problem, something like autism. I've got a son with autism. I'm very excited about the potential of this technology to help him decode the world. He has a problem reading social cues. Could AI models help him learn how to understand those social cues better? Or if you have been a person who's been exposed to a lot of trauma in your life, you may have developed bad reflexes, bad social emotional reflexes to conflict. This kind of coaching can help people adjust their responses to the world. So we need to remember that while this is electronics and it's microchips and it's not human, right? It is not human, but it is trained on the corpus of everything that humans know and do. So it looks like it, right? And it can help us become. I mean, it will be the ultimate irony, right? Can AI help us to become more human?
That is, I think, the $1 million or maybe $1 trillion question that a lot of people are trying to think through. And all of these conversations, your initial answers to the questions bring me to this idea of, several years ago, the World Economic Forum, in a lecture there, someone argued that we're in the cusp of a fourth industrial revolution. And the reason that it's distinct from the other three is that it's combining so many, the biological, the technical, all these spheres. So you have biotech in a way that we haven't had in the past, and it's across the globe. It's not just certain sectors or certain countries. And so this idea, whether it's true or not, or a good analogy, this fourth industrial revolution, do you think, and to all three of you, are there any industries that might be immune from this? Or will AI or these kinds of technologies eventually affect every form of vocation that we know of?
Yeah, I guess I could jump into that. Just at a high level, really no one is safe. Originally, like we were talking about before, I think Brent mentioned, we thought that the knowledge workers were going to be the safe ones. And now, the front lines were going to be the ones that were most disrupted. And it's really not. It's going to be everyone. I think even software development, we're in the custom software development, organization and industry. And, tools are already learning how to program. And again, they're not as good as, humans are right now. But we said that about about chess. We've said that about all these things, but I always like to say, we get this question a lot, like, what's the difference between artificial intelligence and machine learning? And if I can just, kind of explain that a little bit, because the heading really is artificial intelligence. And that's what we were talking about. It's the practice of getting machines to, really mimic humans, be able to think like us. And then the subheading of that is machine learning. That's just a type of artificial intelligence. So that's where we're developing those machine learning models to really learn about what's next and what's best. But, a lot of people get those confused and they're trying to think, is this the same thing? And it's really not. You've got artificial intelligence as the heading. You've got machine learning as really that subheading. That's a type there. But I'm really curious, as we're talking, if the other panelists think, no one's disruptible, or if there's a safe industry out there.
It's really hard to give predictions on what's coming up next, because traditionally the human mind, as it works, if you want to give a prediction, you look at where you are right now, you look at yesterday and the day before, you put a near linear trend on it, and there you have your prediction on the future. And especially with AI and the speed of technological change, the linear thinking might not be the right way to extrapolate and to give predictions. What I can add to this is the issues that we're facing right now, because right now we are testing and experimenting with how far we can get with AI, using AI in tax and legal. And it's like a roller coaster, really. Sometimes all the colleagues are baffled by how dumb response is that's coming from it, and time to time they come with amazement and say, wow, the model and the response is a perfect analysis of this or that legal or tax question. Now, the key difference that there is right now between the AI colleague and the real colleague is the level of dependability and the reliability on the answer. So, as Brent said, in the call centers, suggestions are coming from the past experiences and past facts, recordings of previous conversations. Now, the question is, do we have the right set of input data that we're training the model on? Is it skewed? Is it biased? Is it up to date? Is the content right? And these are really the challenges that we are trying to sort out and looking for, how to sort it out. Because if you're head of a finance or tax department of a company, and you go and try to rely on a tax advice coming from a large language model or AI, who is going to ensure that response is up to date? Even if it sounds correct, it just might be that it was up to date 3 months ago and not right now. And this is really what I see a key challenge. And maybe this brings us back to the question of what you said then about what is human and what is not human. Is a machine human if it can mimic human activities? Does it have the Chinese room experiment? Does it have the means to create responses that appear human? Does it have the decision-making power, and does it have the will to ask questions and set out goals?
Yeah, that's good. I think, Mate, you have a really good point. And there's artificial intelligence, and then sometimes AGI gets mixed in. Artificial general intelligence. So that would be more of a mind that some people allude to. Is that possible? And there's wide debate whether AGI is it really a mind, or is it some sort of intensive search engine with learning capabilities? And there's much and. In the literature, I think people are talking, this is near-termers or long-termers. So the near-termers are thinking about what is going on right in front of us, right? And you as practitioners, et cetera, a lot of us think near-term. And then there's some meddlers that are, more thinking long-term about what, possibilities. Because just in the news, if you pay attention to the news, in the last 2 or 3 months, we've had, the issue of the legal standing. I believe it was, I don't think it was in front of the Supreme Court, but somebody had done a search using AI, and it made up bogus cases in a very highly publicized political legal trial here in America. And then just a month or two before that, we had autonomous drone war game where it was published like it was real, and they retracted that. But if you remember this, just several months ago, the autonomous drone using AI realized the quickest way to eliminate issues within its software was to send a missile into who is using the human backup. It realized, and it missiled, it hellfired the actual people that were controlling the back end of the autonomous warships.
So just to clarify that's that actually did
exactly
not happen. That was a simulation.
It was a war game, a simulation. Yeah, and so when they published that would happen, those kinds of things make the news, right? So you have these techno-optimists versus techno-pessimist flavors, whether it's near-termer or long-termer. But what I'm hearing, and for those of, I know you gentlemen know that we have many watch parties listening. There are hundreds of college students right now watching this. There are multiple businesses doing watch parties, where their organizations are listening to this. And I'm hearing a lot about training, but I'm hearing also philosophically a lot of, well, we don't know fully, or we do, so help me think through, maybe Mark, if you would be able to take this, internally, how does your own team deal with this, or consult with your clients about, not only solving their problem, but is there a way of thinking of maybe even medium term? Long term might be impossible, but how do you help on more the philosophical side, like thinking through the implications of doing this for your business? Is that even part of the business planning or process?
Yeah, certainly. We, as we kind of look at the progression here, a lot of it might come, a lot sooner than we think, but we kind of have the milestone of around 2030, where a lot of some of the, the innovations that, everyone was looking forward to are really going to actually come into effect. And so, for us, there's some things that are coming out, which really augment the, human intelligence. So they're doing some things at MIT labs. You've probably seen this device that they have that can study your speech patterns. And so it's essentially learning how your tongue pattern's working, and then you're able to actually communicate with the internet without actually talking. And so I could have a conversation with you, send you a text message or send you an email without ever opening my mouth. And as they move up into, more of a digital channel and being able to actually, access the APIs of the brain and be able to connect that, we'll actually be able to communicate, not with me actually moving my mouth, but just thinking. And it's going to happen. We don't know if it's going to be 2030 or when that next milestone is going to be, but, really allowing, humans in terms of this next thing. And it'll be a decision point for us all. We're going to have to decide, all right, do I want the upgrade, or do I want to, kind of stay, who I am, or do I want to put my memory somewhere? And all these, things are very ethical, concerns. But for businesses that are trying to innovate, where is this, going to happen? Where is this going to go next? We really see this being, even though it's been a great innovation to have a smartphone, this is really more of an analog way of interacting with the internet. Eventually, it's going to be a lot more connected to who we are. And so you're starting to see, different companies coming out with all these new products. And that's a lot of where it's going. It's going to shorten the ability for you to get this knowledge, get this data that you need in order to make a decision.
So if I could amplify on that just a little bit, I agree with all of that. And I think that when it comes to AI, we always have to have kind of the magic asterisks next to whatever we say about it. That it's not happening now, it does not mean that it cannot happen, right? This technology is going to surprise us in ways that are just, unforeseeable. Most of that is going to be quite positive, I think. There will be challenges. There will be these ethical questions that have to be sorted through, and people will have to make decisions for themselves, and companies are going to have to make decisions. But I think that the other thing we have to grapple with is that it's not only unpredictable, as Mate said, it's nonlinear in the way that it's going to happen. We cannot project based on recent past and present what the future could look like. And in fact, one of the things that I frequently think about is how these technologies are going to recombine. Human beings produce narrow technologies to do a narrow thing, to address a narrow question. And then other human beings take that and they combine it with their idea. And other people take that third idea and connect it to a fourth idea. And there's a kind of exponential and very unpredictable growth pathway that goes on in here. So I think that recombinant process of this technology is extremely important. And I'll just add one more layer to this, which is what Mark pointed to earlier when it came to chess and Go, and the way that the technology actually begins to identify pathways of action that have never occurred to us, that it becomes its own innovation source. And that is another sort of level of complexity that human beings are going to have to grapple with, is that it's going to be beyond anybody's either ability to predict or control.
And that is an interesting question, especially for those people listening. I'm reminded of Roy Amara, the futurist, who, he's known for Amara's law, that we tend to overestimate the effect of a technology in the short term, but underestimate the effect of a technology in the long term. And it's hard to, in the short term, the world we're living in right in front of our faces is sometimes frictionless. Economics makes we want it to be as easy as possible to do these things. And, the movie Oppenheimer, bestseller, or best actor and best picture here recently, shows the effects of technology and thinking through some of the after effects are largely difficult of what may be some of those effects. And so you guys have brought to mind really some fantastic things. What I heard is largely thinking about for corporations and organizations, what does training look like? What does training, moving from more the diamond model or the pyramid model to the diamond model, as Mate said, Brent, what you were arguing for, thinking through about even for neurodivergent people, or thinking through soft skills, how it might help those on the lower rungs. And then Mark, your fascinating work you're doing of thinking through what are the boardroom, what is AI as colleague? Where does AI sit in the boardroom in reality? You're already seeing it in the work and the clients that you're working with currently. So this topic is wide-ranging. I know we wouldn't solve it in 60 minutes, but thank you for thinking through practically some of these ideas and giving some insight of how AI is being used currently and how it might be used in the near future. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Brent, Mate, Mark, and Dan, for a wonderful session on this compelling and timely topic. We encourage our listeners to continue the discussion in the chat box and in your social media circles after the conference. The results from our second poll question are now visible beneath this video. As a reminder, the chat is open, so please ask questions and let us hear your thoughts. In the next session, David Bahnsen will discuss his new book, Full-Time Work and the Meaning of Life. David Bahnsen is the founder, managing partner, and chief investment officer of the Bahnsen Group, a national private wealth management firm with offices in Newport Beach, New York City, Nashville, and Minneapolis, managing over $4 billion in client assets. He is a frequent guest on CNBC, Bloomberg, and Fox Business, and is a regular contributor to National Review and World Magazine. David is passionate about the integration of faith and economics. His new book, Full Time, makes the case that our understanding of work and its role in our lives is deeply flawed, and that it is in work of every kind that we discover our meaning and purpose. In conversation with David is Eric Cohn, Acton's Director of Marketing and Communication. You may recognize Eric from his frequent appearances as host of the Acton Institute's podcasts, Acton Line and Acton Unwind. Please see the third poll question now beneath the video. We hope you will enjoy this next session by David Bahnsen on the important role of work in discovering the meaning and purpose of life.
I'm excited now to welcome David Bahnsen, the founder, managing partner, and chief investment officer of the Bahnsen Group, a national private wealth management firm. David is also the newest member of Acton Institute's board of directors and the author of the new book, Full Time, Work and the Meaning of Life. David, why don't we start with, tell me what your book's about.
Well, obviously the subtitle gives away that I am writing a very pro-work message here. The intent is to talk about our need, particularly for the believing community, those of the Christian faith, to view work as something more than just a necessary evil, something that is required to be done so we can make a living, something that is in fact core to our identity as believers. And so the book is really intended to be kind of a hard-hitting call, not only to believers, those in the pews, but to ministers as well, to begin reclaiming a message from the pulpits that is vigorously pro-work, to kind of lean away from the general defensive,ness and even skepticism that I think has become embedded in much of Christian theology about work that tends to view it in a utilitarian construct, something that is done only to the extent that it can serve another aim, an aim that is actually superior spiritually. I think there's a lot of closet dualism that is kicked in around work that views it as a sort of secular act and maybe can be done to reclaim a certain sacred virtue, but is nevertheless not itself sacred. I think it's an anti-Christian message. And the book is meant to be a sort of vigorous call for us to reclaim a theology of work, something that I think Christians have historically done very well, that we've gotten away from over this last 50 years.
Where did that wrong understanding by your lights of work come from? How did it get instantiated into the teaching of certain churches?
What's interesting is that I suspect there's a different answer to that in the Catholic tradition versus the Protestant tradition. And I think both are worth unpacking. And yet I have a little more familiarity and expertise on the Protestant side. So that's really more where the book focuses, although I lean heavily on some of the great contributions in Catholic thought, including from Pope John Paul the Great, around work that I think is meaningful to Christians of all traditions and backgrounds. But in Protestantism, I don't think there's any question that it's come from a 20th century evangelicalism that became very retreatist, that became afraid of modernity, that largely surrendered to forces of liberalism, Darwinism, and certainly what they viewed as the kind of enemy of modernity. I think the Protestantism overall became more anti-intellectual. It certainly became more anti-vigorous in terms of its theological precision, but it also became way less focused on anything that had earthly significance, and work would be at the top of that list. I don't know that it entirely came about only as a matter of intellectual failure. I think a lot of it is just pure failure of practice, of piety, that walking away from these obligations went hand in hand with increased compromise in the world. The notion of having a strong sense of dominion, a strong sense of cultural stewardship, that all goes hand in hand with what I consider to be original Protestant thought, certainly in the Calvinist tradition, the Kuyperian tradition that I come from. And as evangelicalism weakened throughout the 20th century, I think its theology of vocation significantly weakened.
So, David, the first chapter of your book is A Crisis of Despair, and subheaded here, Dignity and Earned Success. Unpack that despair, because I think that's a description of the, I guess, emotional state of a lot right now. That, we talk about crises crisis of despair in terms of particularly men without work. I interviewed Nick Eberstadt from AEI on his work on that. We talk about crisis of despair in terms of substance abuse and the way that even Yuval Levin in pointing out that certain problems that conservatives, people coming from the right, would be celebratory of. There's kind of a dark cloud to those silver linings, and one of the ways I remember in the piece him making this point is, people choose drugs now, opiates, that cause them to withdraw and drop out of society, in contrast to the problematic, to be clear, use of something like cocaine in the 1980s that caused people to go, go, go. There's this sense of despair being omnipresent. How are you seeing that manifest itself in the world of work?
Well, I think that the retreat from work is a cause of the despair. And then, like most things in life, you're either creating a positive or a negative feedback loop. And that what has happened is a lost purpose, a lost telos that comes from a low view of work and vocation leads to despair, which leads to a state of mind, morally, physically, mentally, psychologically, intellectually, that makes one less employable, and then leads to one being even more in despair. And so these things feed on themselves. The irony here is that the world's message right now, and often a message from pulpits, is that work is part of the problem of despair. The people are too stressed, or they're working too much, or there's too many deadlines, that what the need of the hour is more relief from work, and that then we would have less despair. Now, of course, the data doesn't play this out in any way, shape, or form. The vast majority of where we see real severe despair, and you rightly point out, it evidences itself in greater form of alcoholism, drug abuse, but on the most severe side, suicide. There's very often people that are untethered from a career, from even a job, and then also from other, and this is some of Yuval Levin's great work, institutions in civil society, primarily church and family. So I use Arthur Brooks's sort of four-pronged idea around a happy person, one generally speaking that has faith, family, friends, he says community, and then work. And my point I make in this chapter in the book is that we basically, as a society, agree on the first three. Now, it may seem as if the world is anti-faith, but they act as if they believe that it's a really noble thing to have some sort of nebulous sense of spirituality, some connection to something, even if they're no way going to come accept the Orthodox Christian faith as that solution. They don't act as if they're against some sort of transcendent belief system. Charles Murray, for over a decade now, has talked about how family is really quite celebrated even outside of the Christian world. There's a sense in which in our more affluent society, people celebrate some form of a family structure, and anti-family behaviors are considered antisocial. And then when you get to friends and community, I think that people have far less friends than they used to. We're doing a really poor job at solidifying what I consider to be a tight-knit community, yet nevertheless, when you look to people who have some form of functional, happy day-to-day life, even things like their yoga classes, spin classes, Starbucks' whole kind of business model to begin with was on people getting together and there being some sort of social interaction. It's work that is the controversial one. Work is the one where the constant, unending cultural message is that people work too hard and they need to work less. That there's people that are just lost the plot. They forgot about the small town. Hallmark over the holiday season will have 100 movies that come out, and all of them will be about someone, either male or female, who left the town to go to this evil career thing, and then they've come back and remembered what's important in life, whether it's a small town or their family or an old girlfriend or boyfriend or something to that effect. But no matter what, Hollywood does a very good job at making the same movie hundreds of times, which is some form of demonization of careerism. And it's easy for the church to then follow on that. It already has a sentimental strand, and then you add into it language of idolatry and other things that are easy to spiritualize. We talk about work as if it's this overarching enemy. But yet my argument is, in a time of despair, back to your question, in a time of these isolations, alienations that clearly permeate society more so than they have in decades, I believe it's a lack of telos that is at the root. People being untethered from purpose. And the book is not heavy on breaking down the sort of sociological gender realities around this, but nevertheless, this is true, that it's mostly found in a declining zeal for work in men. And I make the statistical point. You mentioned Nick, and Eberstadt's work is just vital here. I quote it heavily throughout one of the chapters here of the book. We right now, if you count the people who have a job and or looking for a job as the labor force, we basically, across the total population of employed divided by available prime working age men, are at 82%. It's around the same level it was at the Great Depression. So the only reason why the unemployment itself is so much lower is we have so many people who have voluntarily removed themselves from the workforce, and they're not counting in the labor data. They're removed from that denominator. That statistic to me is horrifying, and I think it's a huge part of the explanation for this despair that we are talking about.
What role does technology, and particularly the internet, play in all of this? I want you to definitely touch on what we talked about last year for Business Matters, which is remote work. We focused pretty closely on that, but also talk about it in terms of some of the effects that the internet particularly has had on society, which is at a time where people are having fewer close relationships, close personal relationships. On the other hand, we have this device that we can hold in our hand that makes someone on the other side of the earth feel as close to us as somebody who's next door. But that's not really the same thing. Like, we don't have the same kind of intimate personal connection. This has always been my point about Zoom conferencing, that it's a useful tool, but it weighs on our brains. I remember reading something early on in the pandemic about how it creates something similar to the uncanny valley effect from science fiction, that it's supposed to seem human, but there's something not quite off on it, and it stresses our brains out. So that kind of democratization of human relationships, as it's been applied to work. What role have these technological advances had, both, I guess, in changing the nature of work in a lot of good ways, but also exacerbating some of the problems that I think you've been pointing to?
Well, I think there's a couple of different categories there. When you talk about the use of technology at work, there is a sense in which some people may end up having less contact with coworkers than they previously would have because of technological advancements. I don't think that's systemic. I think for the most part, within the context of work, technology is largely used to create greater efficiencies And yet real successful businesses do not allow it to disintermediate the normal relationships that one has to have with customers, with clients, with coworkers. And that is part of the critique I had a year ago about the work from home movement. And in fact, the appendix of my new book really hits this point even harder than I was a year ago. I become even more emphatic through time in my feelings about work from home. But I think what I would argue technology is done in this subject has to do with people who are not working, which is it gives people a substitute in activity that is not productive, and it does not scratch the itches of the human soul's need for companionship, for friendship, for interaction, for physical activity, and yet buys time. And extreme isolation usually comes from extreme idleness. And I think technology does just enough to dampen some of the idleness, but not anything to really meaningfully impact that isolation. And I'm always hesitant whenever any question starts with, well, where do you think technology? I'm such an Ecclesiastes guy about nothing new under the sun. I always want to think about how this existed before. And that's really my argument. In a day and age of TikTok and Instagram, I fully acknowledge it's at light speed now. There's a million other options. The way in which this has exponentially moved as a result of a microprocessor is surreal. But I think television before the day and age of the internet also accomplished that. It enabled people to receive entertainment without human interaction. I'm sure there were people who felt the same way about the automobile, about a record player, about a radio. So
printing press. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's accelerated in the speed. I think within a work context, technology should be used to do things more efficiently, which enables greater human interaction, not less. That ought to be the ideal. And then for the unemployed, technology should not be allowed to become a sort of saccharin that is just sweet enough that makes us feel like we're getting the real thing, but we're never quite getting it.
The fourth chapter of your book is entitled "The Sermon You'll Never Hear," and at the risk of asking you to do what in the subtitle of the chapter here, the whole Bible's message on work, I want to ask you to summarize the entire Bible for us, David. What is the point of that sermon that you say people will never hear on this message?
It's that God made us for the purpose of work. The intent in creation, God making us to be in communion with Him, and that we were made as image bearers of Him, and that from the outset, the very creation account, what we are told is that our purpose is differentiated from that of the animal kingdom and the plant kingdom and other parts of creation, and that when we receive our very good status, as opposed to the good status that the rest of creation had gotten day by day, that what we find is the unique attributes that we have being made in the image of God with dignity is in our capacity to work, to be creative, to be productive, to be innovative. So there's a very economic lesson that gets to the basics of anthropology that groups like the Acton Institute have taught so faithfully for so many years. When you apply that message of Christian anthropology and a creational theology to the subject of work, I think pastors are kind of left with a very inconvenient truth that work was a pre-fall creation that really is at the essence of what God made us for, and that the fall and the entrance of sin into the world no way polluted or took away from God's intent for us. And in fact, now, for one who believes in a sort of theology of redemption, I think God is using our work as part of His plan through history, redeeming these people back to Himself, His people back to Himself. Avodah, the Hebrew prefix with avo, repeated countless times throughout the scripture, that can be translated literally as to work, and in other cases is translated literally as to worship. And this is the same Hebrew word. And I think there's a profound significance in that the Bible sees work in the same context as worship, that this is us living out vocationally, but in the material realm, living out a very worship of God through our daily endeavors. And I do not believe that is a message that is preached from pulpits at all. So I'm giving you kind of a basic rundown of it. I try in that passage, in that chapter rather, to very exegetically address some of these passages that I think are often ignored in the scripture.
Talk to me about money. So I think this is where we were talking earlier about the different views on work and viewing it as a utilitarian exercise. To me, that speaks of this connection to, well, you need money to live, and so you got to work, and that's the way to get money. And I think this is also what has given rise, over time to, Marx and different interpretations of, like, well, if we disconnect money from work and from the capitalist infrastructure, we can create something more meaningful for people. And we saw that didn't particularly pan out. But talk about money's role in this, and connect it back to what that we'd referenced with Arthur Brooks. And one of the things from him that's always stuck with me is the idea of earned success, that you can draw these contrasts between people who are high-powered lawyers making $300,000, $400,000 a year and are miserable, and people who are making far less than that but feel that they are needed at the place where they work, and feel that they are performing something that is valued by people, and as a result have a higher level of fulfillment than people earning far much more money than them, but who lack that sense of fulfillment in the work they're doing.
So the way in which I address the money issue in the book so there's kind of two really different questions in what you've presented. And the point Arthur Brooks talks about there, and just that general issue that I'm sure you and I would fully agree on, is that ultimately one's satisfaction from their work will not merely be defined by financial remuneration. And I completely agree, and I make the argument throughout the book that this idea that there are sort of special jobs, high profile, that are socially recognized. You can go brag on a Friday night what you do, a high-powered lawyer. It has a certain strata that comes with it, tied to economics, that comes as a direct result of us having a low regard for work. This whole idea that today an electrician and someone works with their hands and other forms of skilled labor are kind of lesser than, that didn't come about because of people like myself with my theology of work advocating for us all to look at white-collar workers as more elite or distinguished. It came about because the broad theological base went away, that we weren't defending vocational activity the way we would. My position is decidedly non-elitist and in fact anti-elitist, and is very much reinforced by the basic psychological reality that there are people who are doing what they feel called to do and enjoy doing that make much less than other people who are earning a lot more and are really quite unhappy. However, the point I make in the book about money is that I think there's a fair amount, I don't want to say a lot, but I think there's a fair amount of decent books out there about faith and work, about Christians having a higher theology of work than they've had. But I don't think any of them address money. And I quote quite fondly throughout the book, Every Good Endeavor by my old friend, the late now Tim Keller, which I think is one of the greater books I've read on the subject, and I think I've read all of them. But Tim doesn't talk about money in the book. That wasn't really his focal point. And I try to get down to, look, okay, let's say we're on the same page. We've accepted that God made us to produce. We are here to cultivate this world, and our vocational callings matter to God. The worker is the subject, as Pope John Paul talked about, of work, and that there is an object out there that we are providing goods and services for. All of these things matter to God. And then you say, okay, but just when it comes down to it, you're already making a bunch of money, and is it okay or not to have as one of your ambitions to make more, to get that next promotion, that next corner office. And what I try to do in the book is just simply point out that the critics of a mentality of careerism or of ambition, of some sort of aspiration in what you're accomplishing, which does have a financial tie to it, that they're hardly neutral on the subject. That what people have largely done is get to a point of their own middle class comforts, and it could be upper middle class comforts, but it's some lifestyle that they've achieved that is now the baseline. And then the question becomes, what level of financial comfort is okay to work for above the line at which I'm at? That I think it is a highly pharisaical conversation, that ultimately we're not arguing from the vantage point of, is it okay to work for greater material well-being? We're arguing from the vantage point of, is it okay for someone to have greater material well-being than I have? And that we set a sort of baseline around our lifestyle and act as if anything above it's problematic. And I think that that is the wrong way to address the issue. So I try to recover more Christian theology of wealth as well, that argues that every single thing, including wealth, that becomes an idol is a problem, is sinful. The scripture is filled with thousands of warnings against. But that there is undeniable teaching in scripture that greater material prosperity is referred to as a blessing and a reward for hard work. And it shouldn't be so hard to reconcile these two biblical truths, idolatry bad, ambition good. It shouldn't be hard to reconcile them because God himself reconciled them throughout every page of scripture.
Your point about that, setting that baseline and then, what is the relationship above that other people can have, reminds me of this great video I imagine you've probably seen from Margaret Thatcher responding to some of her critics and saying that's like, you would rather have people, the gap between the rich and the poor be narrow and down here and have everyone be less well off than having a larger gap, but everybody is better off than they would be otherwise.
And it sounds better in Lady Thatcher's British accent, but she said,
yes,
you'd rather the poor be poor just so long as the rich are not richer. And what I think is particularly upsetting, and again, my experience in this is more in evangelical circles, but I think there's this tremendous amount of upper middle class comfort in most of 20th century American evangelicalism. They are not, there are two cars, there are houses paid for, there are 401ks. People are living in a certain sense of what would historically be considered very nice material positions. And to then turn around and direct the message at, but I'm worried about your boat or your second home or these things rank of Pharisaism and are always starting from a vantage point that I think is really quite selective.
David, talk to me about retirement. So I'm captivated by the subhead of the chapter on that, rethinking the idea of a 30-year vacation, which appeals to me on its face as I've thought about, as I've worked and put money into a retirement account and thinking about the way that that's typically understood, that you get to a certain point and you stop working. And, my occupation, my vocation is idea work and the kind of thing like I would certainly want to still be engaging with these ideas and these things that I care about well past the government appointed retirement age. So I've never thought about it in terms of that. I just want to go off and play golf every day. I'd like to play more golf, to be sure, but not thinking of it in terms of you get to a point in life and people who...
Well, I wish that we had such a thing as a government-appointed age, because then I could just criticize government policy. But this is entirely of our own doing. This was a cultural, voluntary decision to create the idea of work as something you do so you don't have to do it anymore. And I point out that a lot of it is just demographic, that people were living about 10 years longer and then 20 years longer. And so lo and behold, you at the same time, post-war America had the health and mortality that was enabling this idea and the economic well-being. That really, for the most of history, prior to post-war American prosperity, a retirement plan was called death. That's what people did. They died. And my view is not that we should not be saving for what they do call in the Madison Avenue approach to retirement in 1960s America and beyond, pension funds, 401k, IRAs. I've worked in financial services my entire career. I run a $5 billion wealth management firm. We talk about retirement accounts all the time, but the nomenclature is very upsetting to me. I want you to contribute to your retirement plan, but I hope you don't stop contributing to work at the Acton Institute or other organizations doing kingdom work, vocational work, calling. I want these financial accounts to be for a purpose of better freedom and convenience, but not an exit from usefulness. And first of all, I don't want the exit from usefulness because I care about the person not becoming useless, losing their dignity, losing their God-given abilities, but I also selfishly want and need their experience and expertise in the marketplace. We are hurting our own businesses and our own organizations by having some of our senior statesmen go off into a 30-year vacation, a 20-year vacation. Having greater freedom, having greater ability, and not to mention for so many, there may be a physicality involved. There's a medical health. You can't work in construction at the same way at age 75 as you could at age 35, but still having some usefulness in other areas of life. And I think what we've done is not just take 65-year-olds out of the workplace. We've taught 35-year-olds that the purpose of work is to not do it anymore. This entire retirement context reinforces this message. They sell a business successfully in their 30s and then want to leave the workforce. Somebody who sells a business in their 30s for enough money to not have to work anymore, we desperately need working. They surely have some sort of entrepreneurial giftedness that we want their second attempt, their third attempt. So that chapter is purposely very critical of the entire idea of retirement that would remove some of our best and brightest from the marketplace.
Work-life balance is a topic we've heard a lot about in recent years. What is your take on that? So the chapter that I'm referencing here is entitled Imbalancing Act, Our Obsession with Work-Life Balance. Are we paying too much attention to the give and take, even by maybe just dividing them into two different worlds? That we think about, we have this work world life to balance and this home life to balance. Is our mistake in just the approach of how we're implicitly in that thinking about it, that these are two things that we have to balance in a certain way?
I'm not sure it's implicit. I think the very term is explicit. Work and life balance mean they're two different things that somehow need to be balanced. Even apart from, I think, the logical problems with believing it's a yin and a yang that have to be somehow asset allocated, we fundamentally are misdefining life to talk about a work and life balance. I think work is part of our life. And I state very clearly, can you imagine saying to a spouse, listen, honey, I need to figure out how I'm going to balance you with my life. At some point, the two become one, and we accept this language in marriage, or at least we ought to. But with work, I believe that the language of work-life balance is offensive and anti-biblical. But a work-rest paradigm is very different than a work-life balance. I am not trying to balance various hobbies, habits, and enjoyments and recreations in my life with work. But I, like anybody else, I have to run a schedule every day. It's going to include a lot of responsibilities. It's going to include chores, some things I like doing more than others. But nevertheless, this is part of our life. The way in which Scripture talks about this subject is very meaningful, very helpful, and it's also exclusive. It's all there is. God works 6 days and rested for one. He provided a concept theologically, without getting in the weeds of what a sort of Sabbath theology ought to look like. He provided an order because He loves us for us to rest 1/7 of the time, which happens to be exactly what He did from the creation of the world. So I believe that we need to have a paradigm that calls for work and rest, and within our daily responsibilities, We're navigating a lot of things. It's much more seasonal than it is day by day. But where work-life balance language comes from is a presumption mostly to a coddled and infantilized younger workforce, that somehow they have a birthright to certain amenities and privileges in entering a young career that are entirely untrue and very unproductive for what we're trying to generate.
How important do you think rhetoric and the way we talk about these things is? Because I go back to Deirdre McCloskey's great bourgeois values, economic histories. Yeah. And one of the big takeaways from that is, I remember hearing Deirdre do this presentation about like the hockey stick of human progress, right? That we're really just middling along and less than $1 a day for all of humanity, and all of a sudden at one point in like the 1700s, it explodes. And she points that to people started talking differently. The rhetoric around things like entrepreneurship, commerce changed. And it resulted in this, in her argument, this huge explosion in wealth, increase in well-being. A couple of these things that we pointed out, right? The way we talk about vacation and retirement, the way that we talk about work-life balance. How much has the way we talk about these things, the rhetoric we use, kind of infected our understanding of work and its relationship to us as human beings?
It's a perfect tee-up to one of my obsessions in modern life, which is the notion of either creating virtuous cycles or vicious cycles. I talked about it earlier, a positive feedback loop or a negative one. The language matters a lot, and the language reflects the attitudes, and then the attitudes end up reflecting the language, and it really will spiral. So I'm utterly convinced that talking about things, for example, like work-life balance, it is dualism. By any other word, and in a lot of ways it's Gnostic. We talk about, especially in the church, when people say things like, hey, are you going to work today? Are you going to come do ministry with us? Why don't you retire from your work and focus on ministry? Get into a church committee, missions, help build the orphanage, things like that. All things that are very good, very important. But it separates some sense of a spiritual realm and a material realm in a way that is, I think, a byproduct of the Gnostic heresy. And that closet Gnosticism becomes a way we think, a way we speak, and then ultimately a way we act. The rhetoric matters. And it really comes down to why I titled the book Full Time. One of the best-selling books in Christian history on this subject was called Halftime, Moving from Success to Significance. And there's a whole chapter in the book where I critique that book in particularly, but there's no doubt in my mind that mentality is not just the language. It's the language that leads to thinking, that leads to an action. And I think it's entirely wrong. I do not believe our work represents a period to become successful so we can then go do significant work. I think the work is significant. I don't think our life is a halftime where we do this material realm stuff for part of the time and focus on the spiritual realm for the second half. I think that we are to be engaged in our work, our vocation, our calling, our career full time. And that is where that title really came from.
David Bahnsen, thank you so much for joining this. I want to recommend to everyone David's new book, Full Time, Work and the Meaning of Life. David, thanks so much for joining us for this conversation.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Eric, for discussing this very thought-provoking topic that is so affirming to our rightly ordered understanding of work. The results from the third poll are now available beneath the video. We're joined now by Jose Quintana, who is the president and founder of Advent GX, an international community and economic development company that provides strategy development and technology augmented solutions for underserved urban and rural communities. As a lifelong entrepreneur, Mr. Quintana has started several successful companies and has acted as consultant to many of the world's top corporations, including Nokia, Sprint, Qualcomm, Frito-Lay, Schering Plough, Disney, Lockheed, Sun Microsystems, Verizon, and Novartis International. Advent GX's flagship initiative, The Innovation Underground Business and Technology Incubator is the result of more than 10 years of research and development in support of technology startups. Since its inception, Innovation Underground has supported more than 70 local and international small and medium businesses, providing entrepreneurs with both technical expertise and business resources and guidance to bring ideas and innovation to the market. In this session, Jose will share important lessons on building a successful business. Please enjoy the talk and look for our fourth and final poll question posted beneath the video.
Welcome to our Acton Business Matters lecture today. I'm going to be covering kind of the innovation and entrepreneurship in support of community development aspects of bringing prosperity and economic vibrancy to different communities. And in this case, I'm going to talk about entrepreneurial perspectives. My name is Jose Quintana, and I'm originally from Mexico. I came to the U.S. to go to school at Texas A&M University. My background is in computer science, mathematics, and statistics. And this is my second life. I wanted to serve our community and our world, I guess, in a more kind of impactful way. And so in 2004, I retired from my first business. I sold it and started AdventGX. And what we do is we support not only national, domestic customers here in the US, but as of about 17 years ago, we started supporting a lot of entities outside of our country. And it has been a great journey. And to be able to do that, we actually established a business and technology incubator called the Innovation Underground. So today I'm going to talk to you within that perspective. After helping hundreds and hundreds of small businesses and entrepreneurs, I'm going to share with you kind of the lessons I learned and kind of what matters most when starting a business. So I'm going to jump into that and talk to you about the most important part of our practice, which is the projection, the inculcation of our core values, also known as core competencies in corporate America. But in this case, I want to create a context more on a value-based system. And the reason I want to emphasize that is because at the end of the day, that is the most important fundamental aspect of starting a business. And within our experience and our organization, we have identified 4 core values that I'm going to be sharing with you today. And they are actually pretty much in order of importance. So the first one is integrity and trust. And, integrity is such a valuable aspect of an organization. And it's critical in the sense that if there's no integrity and there's no trust within an organization, nothing else really matters. And the fact that in our case, and within all the support that we offer our startups, our new companies, we want to make sure that they understand that if integrity and trust is not part of their DNA, if you will, we cannot really do a good job serving them, because there has to be that level of trust that basically allows you to go into battle, per se, and conquer very hard problems together. And what we do is we make sure also that the organizations that we serve also carry that set of values to their ecosystem. So for instance, all the customers that a startup will be engaging with, all the vendors, all the investors should be able to recognize that the startup has that level of integrity ahead of anything else. And believe me, if that is not part of the equation, things at the end of the day will not work. So that's our number one core value. The second one is intellectual horsepower. And that's kind of a little bit of a different term, something we're not very used to in a business world. And what it really means, it doesn't mean that you have to be the most intelligent person in the room or in an organization. It means that you have that intellectual commitment and the energy, dedication, passion and to some extent obsession to make things work. So that's really what embraces that entrepreneurial spirit of making sure that whatever it takes within your set of integrity and trust values, it will be achievable, and you will put the energy to do that. It also means that as a person with intellectual horsepower, you are willing to take ownership of your business and professional and personal development. You're willing to invest and to manage on your own your learning objectives in order to excel at the different skills that are needed to be successful in your particular line of work. So intellectual horsepower really translates many times into a person that becomes a self-learner, a lifelong self-learner that is able to take on large amounts of large volumes of knowledge, of information, in order to provide a very clear framework and line of implementation to be able to support their team moving forward. So that is again the second core value that we advocate for. The third one is business acumen. Business acumen really deals more with kind of a combination or a mix of personal inherent aspects of your growth that teaches an individual kind of in a natural way on how to understand the incentives and the dynamics of business. So part of that is kind of already built into your DNA, if you will. But another part really requires a lot of learning, a lot of experiences from others, a lot of listening. And that really helps in being able to not only provide the right amount of incentives, the right mix of such incentives to members of a team that are helping you in your startup, but also projecting outwards to persons that you do business with, to your investors, your vendors, your customers, and really how to understand clearly and how to relay clearly your understanding on how those actors in your network, in your model, are going to be benefiting from the business strategies that you put in place. So in other words, that's where a good understanding of your consumer sentiment comes into play. And it kind of deals a little bit with behavioral sciences, but also with a kind of instinctive way to read people, not only in a written and verbal way, but also through written materials and business propositions in whatever form they take. Then the last one is humbleness and humility. Humbleness is not really one of the core competencies of our Fortune 500 lexicon here in the US, but in other countries it's actually pretty important. And basically, when you're an entrepreneur, you have to be able to be armed with the right set of emotional tools, if you will, how to handle your emotional self, to really tackle go through very high highs and very low lows. When we're talking about very high highs, we mean those instances or those events that happen in a startup that bring a lot of revenue, maybe a multi-million-dollar contract, things like that. But also how to handle those times where you think that the business is going to have to shut down. We have an old saying that goes that for a company to be successful, it first needs to die 3 times. So just remember that. Being able to handle that and to have the faith and to really know yourself in the words of Mother Teresa. If you are truly humble, price will never cloud your vision. No matter how people talk about you, how much positive feedback or artificial praise they give you, you will always be able to make the right decisions without that clouding your thoughts. And conversely, when somebody provides you with very toxic feedback or negative criticism, you really know yourself. So at the end of the day, if you are truly humble, that bad toxic feedback will never kill your spirit. So those are the 4 core values. Again, probably the most important thing that we advocate for within our technology and business incubator. Once you have those fundamentals in place, we go through a very simple, straightforward value creation framework. In this case, we use VReal, which is a very simple model developed by Dr. David Flint, a faculty member at Texas A&M University. And really what it does is allows an entrepreneur to better understand the different value creation vectors that go into creating a very strong value proposition. At the core of the problem that we're trying to solve when you're looking at strategy development is being able to kind of detach yourself from the actual baby that you have created, if you will. So as you know, all babies are beautiful. So when somebody comes to us with their baby, that can be a new business idea, a new restaurant concept, whatever it is, I just don't have the fortitude to tell someone, hey, your baby is ugly, right? All babies are beautiful. So in this case, we have a tool that allows us to look at the baby, not so much in its beauty, if you will, but within the context of how the baby creates value or going to contribute to a community or to a customer base. So how the idea will convert into value creation. So we look at 4 different vectors. First one is rareness. How rare is your idea? How rare is a new invention? Are there enough differences from other inventions to make it stand up? Those type of things. Can it be protected through a patent or some sort of trade secret strategy? The second one is eroding factors. What are those things that are playing against you? What are those factors that are going to create a roadblock for you to launch a program successfully? So it could be, lack of financial capability, lack of human resource availability. There are a lot of things that are going to contribute to that matrix of eroding factors. Then the third one we looked into is enabling factors. What are those competitive advantages that you have at your disposal? What are those things that you can embrace, you can leverage, you can rely on so that you can push forward through the launching of a new company? And then the last one is longevity. How long a concept, an idea, an invention is going to really be relevant or is going to be able to create a value proposition that lasts for a significant amount of time. So it's very important to have that as part of your assessment, your strategy composition. Once you have that in place, you take the different outputs of those different vectors, and you equate. What we do is we help kind of translate that into numeric qualifiers that allows us to come up with a number and a set of parametric decision-making tools so that we can help those entrepreneurs make the right decision. And I say, so we can help, but this is also a self-administered process. It's very simple. There's a lot of information about this particular framework online, free for you to access. So I just wanted to share that with you as you take on new business opportunities. It doesn't have to be a new company. It can be a new product. It can be a new service. It can be even a new personal development tool. So within that context, what we do is we go through a discovery process where we do all our research. We develop the right analytic tools so that we can translate the desire of a set of entrepreneurs that we're serving into a very clear vision. After that, then we go through the process that I just described to assign priorities and to be able to better understand how the stakeholders are represented in a decision framework. And then obviously after that, the fun starts with all the implementation activities and being able to help the entrepreneurial teams come up with not only how to put a very effective, financially manageable execution plan, but also how to monitor the execution of their plan. And that's where I'm sure you've heard of key performance indicators and and how to translate that into day-to-day parameters that you can measure. So what I would like to do is talk about some of the startups that we have supported over the years and share with you what are those kind of unique value propositions that have developed a remarkable competitive advantage. I'm going to use 4 different businesses that are currently have already been launched and are currently on scale-up mode. So the first one that I want to talk to you about very briefly is Harvard University. And the context that I want to frame this particular startup is within the consumer taxonomy process. When Harvard University came to us about 1 year and 6 months ago, they had a very clear idea already. They were in the process of understanding the taxonomy of the customer base. Basically, what they will do, or what they are doing, is providing a very effective, from a cost perspective and consuming perspective, university degree for specifically individuals that would like to go into K-12 education. In this particular case, it's a Christian university, a private entity, and they figure out a way to deliver certificates, if you will, at a very small fraction of the cost of a large university. But what I admire about their company is that they realized that their customers were not really, I would say, their primary customers were not really the students. Their primary customers were those entities, those K-12 schools, mostly independent school districts, that have a deficit on the number of certified teachers that they have on their organizations. So they were able to kind of decouple that concept and create a strong value proposition for the students, but even a more strong value proposition for the independent school districts or schools. And in this case, they when they came to us, they had a pilot program. They had about 50 students. Then they realized that the school districts really, as most of you know, this is a nationwide issue. There's probably about 500,000 vacancies that has to be filled within the United States and Canada. So there's a huge need for qualified, certified teachers. And Harvard University leadership was able to develop programs in partnership with all these school districts to start the growth. So the pilot extended from a local community into a statewide initiative. And so now, a year later, they have 1,000 students, and they are doubling in size every couple of semesters. So great way to leverage that consumer taxonomy investment, if you will. The next one I want to talk to you about is IU Records, and that's a record label that was designed for new and emerging musicians. So I love the concept because it's very benevolent. It's a very noble mission. They realized that they needed to help these aspiring artists that really don't have yet the followers, enough of an audience to really start to grow. So they applied an investment model very similar to the technology startup world, and how to match financial needs on their de-risk model, so that this particular developmental label, IU Records, is able to support those young artists. And believe me, it's a lot of fun to see that energy and just the gratefulness that comes into play from all the actors involved, all the different players, if you will, in that model. And then the artist is able to have a record label backing them, even though it's not a wealthy or well-known record label. It is a record label, so that allows them to take that next step, and then be noticeable within more standard kind of, I will call that the legacy record label world. So the way the artist benefits is they get a kind of a platform to launch. And then the way IU Records benefits is that they get to sell their contract to the bigger record labels, and then use some of that revenue to support the next wave of young artists. So again, how to, in this case, how to disrupt the value chains that have been already put in place, and how to kind of arbitrage or benefit from the arbitration of that that uneven landscape, if you will. The next one is called NeuroWorks, and this particular case, I love their cross-market strategies. They started as a military application, where they are right now in on their full efforts to develop, finishing the development and deploying their wearable brain state information acquisition system. But what I love about it is that they are able to leverage that same technology to apply it to sports like hockey, football, etc., on how to monitor the health of the different users, in this case, soldiers in the field or athletes in the field. And then our last one, it's emergency solutions. And what I love about this particular company is that they're very astute and very knowledgeable about the market they serve, because they are, all of them, all the persons that started this company are themselves firemen, firefighters. So they know their market very well. They started with a couple of fire stations that they automated, because they couldn't find a tool that supported them in an effective way. So they just decided, hey, well, let's build our own. They started, and now they are in over 150 fire stations through the state of Texas, and recently expanded to other states. So again, here, one of the success factors that I've viewed from the very beginning in this particular company was the fact that the startup team knew their market extremely well. I don't know if anybody else would have had that level of understanding of their particular market. So with that, thank you for listening today. And I'm sure that if you go through the website of the Acton Institute Business Matters page, you'll be able to find additional information. If I can be of any help, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose, for that insightful talk. To conclude Business Matters 2024, we are joined by an economist, a businessman, and a journalist for a final panel discussion answering the question, does business help or harm local communities? Our first panelist, Dr. Ann Rathbone Bradley, is the Vice President for Academic Affairs at the Fund for American Studies. Previously, Dr. Bradley served as the Vice President of Economic Initiatives at the Institute for Faith, Work, and Economics, where she continues research toward a systematic biblical theology of economic freedom. She is also a professor of economics at the Institute for World Politics and is taught at fine institutions such as Grove City College, Georgetown University, and Charles University Prague. She is also an Acton Affiliate Scholar. Our second panelist, Doug Gephardt, serves as the Vice President with F.A. Wilhelm Construction Company based in Indianapolis, Indiana, where he is responsible for identifying and strategically evaluating new business opportunities, developing strategic relationships, providing multifaceted solutions to client construction needs, and converting opportunities into new business partnerships. Our final panelist, Stephanie Slade, is a senior editor at Reason, the magazine of free minds and free markets. She's also a fellow in liberal studies at the Acton Institute. Prior to joining Reason, Slade worked as a speechwriter, a pollster, and a regular contributor to U.S. News and World Report. In 2016, she was selected as a Robert Novak Journalism Fellow. She's a proud graduate of the University of Florida, where she studied economics and political science. Moderating this panel is Dr. Stephen Barrows, Chief Operating Officer at the Acton Institute. Prior to his role at Acton, Dr. Barrows served as the Executive Vice President, Provost, and Dean of Faculty of Aquinas College, where he was also a tenured Associate Professor of Economics. Please enjoy the panel, and if you haven't yet, we encourage you to share your thoughts in the chat box and view the final poll results beneath the video.
Welcome to our final panel.
My name is Stephen Barrows, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer here at the Acton Institute. And today on this panel, we're going to address the question of whether businesses help or harm the local community. And so I'm delighted to be joined by three distinguished panelists. First, Dr. Ann Bradley, who's an economist and an affiliate scholar with Acton. Doug Gebhardt, who serves as Vice President for F.A. Wilhelm Construction Company, and Stephanie Slade, who is Senior Editor at Reason and an Acton Fellow in Liberal Studies. So thank you all for joining us today about this important topic.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, sir.
So I'd like to begin just, a broad question. We think about business, and of course, as an economist myself, I always think in terms of trade-offs. But businesses, bring both good and sometimes difficult situations to communities, and so individuals often focus on things where businesses have left a community, and then there's a lot of poverty that's left behind. But each of us has experienced different effects of business. And so I'd like to begin perhaps with Doug, and then we'll go to each of the panelists to ask, what is your own personal experience with business, either individually or in your local communities? What do you see as the outcome of business?
Well, as I think over the course of my career in business and through my firsthand experience, and when I've had the opportunity to observe with businesses from the outside and the impacts that businesses had on the communities that I've been a part of, several broad benefits come to mind. So first, and maybe most obvious, are the local employment opportunities that businesses create, and the wages and benefits and the like that go along with that. But beyond that, what I've seen is many companies investing in the growth and development of those employees, and really looking to set their culture in a way that allows those employees to find meaning and purpose in their work, which I think is something that can ultimately set families up for flourishing. Another benefit that I've seen to communities is the capital investment that businesses make, and beyond the expanding of the tax base. The investments such as real estate and real estate improvements, machinery, equipment, technology, and software. I've seen firsthand where these businesses these investments often benefit other businesses within the local community, other businesses that may be on the receiving end of some of these capital investments, being part of helping bring them to fruition. And I've been a part of companies who have benefited tremendously from these types of capital investments in our communities. And then the last one that I'll mention is that I've seen businesses frequently support other local businesses, beyond the capital investment I just mentioned, but as they look at their day-to-day operations, how they utilize other local businesses during ongoing operations for things such as services they may need as suppliers for materials and equipment. And so I think when you have businesses supporting other businesses in a community, it really helps generate a thriving and a growing community.
Thanks, Doug. It sounds like a virtuous cycle, not only with respect to business vis-a-vis business, but then also, as you mentioned, how it impacts individual lives and enables others to do things for both themselves and their families. So thank you for that. I'd like to turn now to Ann Bradley. Dr. Bradley, what are your observations about the effects of businesses either in your own life or in communities?
Yeah, I think that this is such an important conversation. And of course, we all interact with business all the time, every day, because we live in the context of this very globalized market economy. And so when we think about business and we want to get a little bit more kind of descriptive, we can talk about firms, right? They can be large firms, they can be small firms. And of course, all firms start out as small firms. Those are the real disruptors in some way. Somebody has an idea. Kerzner calls, so an economist, Israel Kerzner, who's written a lot on entrepreneurship, talks about entrepreneurs as agents of change. And so when those agents of change exist within what we think of as a business, they are directed by profit and loss to be rewarded for creating value. And so, that's kind of the way we think about it in economics, but I'd like to just give an example. And I think we all have so many examples in our lives of how business doesn't just create value, but it saves your life. all the time. And so my personal experience that really, I think, revolutionized how I think about this was the birth of my daughter, who's 10. But when she was born, she was extremely premature. And so she lived in the NICU for, a month and a half, which is a long time. And, my husband and I felt very helpless. We had to really rely on doctors and nurse practitioners and you really experts dealing with kind of very premature babies. But it really became apparent to me that it was business as well that were delivering these life-saving products. So while my daughter was in the NICU, she had a little feeding tube that went through her nose and delivered milk to her stomach because she couldn't eat on her own. So I did a little research on where this thing came from, and it was actually developed by a doctor in the 50s. He filed a patent for this in 1951, and he filed the patent for Down syndrome babies because Down syndrome babies have a sucking reflex problem, meaning they can't eat on their own, and of course that will kill you. I think the most ironic thing about how this kind of affected me is that in 1951, premature babies didn't really survive at all. And so premature babies didn't use this, infant nasal feeding tube, and now they do. And so it was just a lot of alone time in the hospital with my doctor or with my daughter and doctors. But looking at these little things, this is a tiny little plastic tube that we don't make in the United States. We import it, and it costs pennies. But a FedEx driver delivered it, a company developed it, and I don't know any of them. But that little piece, that little tiny invention, 70 years ago, saves lives, and we don't even think about it. So I think that's what entrepreneurship through business really means to me. And we all have stories like this. They're different, but we all have life-saving stories. And so to me, this is why we want to think about what type of society fosters change agents that get rewarded for really productive change and value creation.
Oh, that's a great story, Anne. One thing that you said in there was that, and we don't even think about it. And that strikes me oftentimes is in everything in the room that I'm sitting in here right now is brought to us by a business, and I don't even think about it. We take it for granted. So that's a great illustration. So, Stephanie, how about you? What is your experience and observations, both in your own life and in your community, about the impact of business?
I wanted to make a similar point to Anne. I think we tend to immediately think about job creation when we think about the interaction between a business and in what sense is this business giving back to society or doing good for a community. We think about the jobs created, but the other side of it is the service or the product or the benefit that is provided to the customers of that business. And in a free market, the freer the market, the more sure we can be that a business won't stay in business very long unless it is creating value for the people that voluntarily interact with it. The less free the economy, the less sure we can be of that they're actually producing value. So one of the things that I have done in my career as a journalist, and one of the things I'm more well known for, I guess, is writing about. I wrote this article for Reason about five or 6 years ago now, about Catholic monks who produce booze, right? They produce kinds of alcohol. They brew beer, or the Carthusian monks in the French Alps who make chartreuse, this bright green liqueur that some people may know of. And this is one example of the way that religious orders, that Catholic religious orders, have found to be self-sustaining, to produce something that customers want, that then allow them to bring in money, that allow them to then exist, to allow their religious order, their monasteries to exist. And the Carthusians, which is one of the most interesting religious orders in the world, I think, are a great example because their monastery in the French Alps was founded in the 11th century, and for the first 700 years of its existence, chartreuse, this alcohol that they're now known for, didn't exist yet. They received this manuscript with a secret recipe for an elixir of life in the 17th century, and they, through over a century of trial and error, their apothecary tried to produce this thing, and it took about 700 years after the monastery was founded before they found the product that they could make that would be this bonanza for them, that would bring in all this money, that would allow them to be self-sufficient and self-sustaining, not just for the one monastery, but for 22 Carthusian monasteries around the world. That's how much money they make off this alcohol. But for those first 700 years, these monks in the French Alps had to try one thing after another after another. I mean, they were fishermen. They were logging timber in the Alps. They were doing whatever they could to try to make money to sustain themselves. And they were struggling until they found a thing that the market wanted, that people considered valuable. The alternative to that, of course, is the other way that religious orders, Catholic religious orders and monasteries sometimes sustain themselves, which is they're mendicants. They're essentially beggars. They go out into the world and they ask people through the goodness of their hearts to give them money. But these are basically the two options. Either we can produce something, provide something that people find valuable, that they want to pay for because it makes their life better in some way, or we can ask somebody else to just give us money, because they like us. And either one of those two things is happening. Either you're a charity or you're relying on government handouts, which means taxpayers, whether they like your product or your service or not, are essentially asked to prop you up, or you're doing something that is valuable, that people consider valuable enough that they want to interact with you, that they want to do business with you. These are the options. There's really not any alternative to those things. So we should always be thinking about the fact that the freer the society, the freer the market, the more sure we can be that a successful business, which is not relying on handouts, which is not just a charity or philanthropy, is doing something that the people who choose to interact with it have found valuable enough that they will willingly part with their money in order to get what that business is providing. That is another form of contribution to society.
That's another great example, the Carthusian monks, and I can only imagine what it must have been like when they came up with this process and then fulfilled, as you all have described, you're meeting a need. And as long as you're meeting a need and people value it and it exceeds the cost of bringing that need to market, it's going to benefit people. So you've each touched on some threads that I think I'm going to run with, and all have given a very positive view of how business impacts society. And frankly, your feedback has basically mirrors what a recent Bentley University Gallup survey has indicated about Americans' perceptions of business more generally. So this survey was conducted in 2022 and published last year. And it comments that nearly 2/3 of Americans think that businesses have an extremely or somewhat positive impact on people's lives. But then they make this important distinction, and I want each of you to comment on it, and perhaps we'll begin with Anne and then go from there. So the distinction I want to make is that perception, there's a gap between the positive perception of big business versus small business. Okay, justified or not, I don't know, but it says that twice as many Americans think that small businesses positively impact people's lives than do big businesses. And then the trust gap between big business, so-called, and small business is nearly fourfold. So again, I'm not sure what's driving this, but perhaps you all have some thoughts on this. We'll begin with Anne. What do you suppose is driving these disparities between Americans' perceptions between big and small businesses?
It's a great question, and I think this is very real. As you see, this is how people feel, and even among younger generations that are being questioned in these surveys, you see that this becomes even more striking. They're not necessarily anti-business, but they have more questions about what is the role of, again, what we talked about earlier. We want to think about value creation. We want to think about businesses being rewarded for creating value for customers. And Stephanie alluded to this as well. That's when you make a profit, right? And so she kind of put it as the freer the market, the more you can count on this, which means that we should see businesses fail. It means that businesses will not always get accelerated profits, but sometimes they will make mistakes, and those mistakes will cause them to lose money, to lose, profit over time. That is the dynamic part of the economy. So I think understanding that is really important to maybe trying to piece out why their different perceptions exist. And I'm going to take a stab at it, but I think what's going on is if you think, look, for example, my cousin wanted to start a restaurant in Washington, D.C., and it's just very expensive to be brick and mortar in Washington, D.C. It's just a kind of a foodie town. The real estate's expensive. He couldn't do it. So he said, I'm going to open a food truck. And so he's doing this basically in his apartment, right? His apartment is his kitchen. And then he kind of, it took 45 minutes to get a grilled cheese sandwich because he was making the sandwiches and then taking change and making change and running the credit cards. And that's what you have to do at the beginning. And then he was able to get another food truck, and now he has a few people that work for him. So it doesn't take 45 minutes to get your lunch, which is good. But that type of thing we sympathize with. We say, this is the little guy. They have an idea, grilled cheese, right? We're not curing cancer here. We're making lunch. It's a good thing. And the little guy can't really manipulate the system. In fact, my cousin said to me, I'm the annoying economist at kind of Thanksgiving dinners. And he said, I finally kind of understand all the stuff you've been talking about because I'm living it now. And now I'm fighting the DC Council who's trying to limit how many food trucks there can be. And so I think that is a real perception that we need to take seriously, which is that an Amazon has more power to influence what we call the rules of the game, right? How does business function? How does it operate? What are the regulations? What are the laws? What are the requirements? Do you get subsidies or not? My cousin gets no subsidies from the government, right? The bigger you become as a corporation, the more power you have through lobbying. And so what I think we need to start talking about to really deal with these disparities in the surveys is kind of productive entrepreneurship versus political entrepreneurship, right? So political entrepreneurship means I'm using my status as a company and all the money that I have to go to Congress, to go to my state legislature to try to change the rules of the game. And of course, what are those businesses going to do? They're going to try to orient the rules to be as favorable to them as possible. And all this boils down to is self-interest. It's not a story of big businesses are run by greedy people and small businesses are run by normal people. They're all the same people. And so as economics always is, we have to think about the incentives that they face. So I think disentangling political favoritism from profit and loss is the way we make business even more productive, less politicized. And then I think over time, if we can continue with these surveys, you'll see the numbers change. But I think the numbers are right? Which is small business we don't view as a threat. They're not trying to necessarily change the rules of the game. And it's only because they really can't in a way that a big business has more power.
I don't disagree with anything that you just said, and I completely agree with all of that. But the flip side of it is like the two biggest private sector employers in America are Amazon and Walmart, right? And when you survey people on like what are the most trusted institutions in the country, most people actually they have more trust in Amazon than they do in the US military. Like these are, despite the fact that they're big companies and everybody says that they prefer small businesses to big businesses, and we're understandably and correctly, nervous about the idea of the political power that might be being wielded in unfair ways by big entities, all big entities, including big businesses. These big companies are still able to contribute in big ways and people see that. The survey data shows that. Even if they say, I would rather, shop from a small business, a lot of them are relying on big companies, big corporations to provide them services that make their lives better. And so I think that sometimes the public opinion, the sort of, well, in an ideal world, everybody would go down to the corner shop and do their shopping, everything would be super hyper localized and all of that is, that's one factor. But the other factor is, can those businesses really compete with other larger companies at scale to do the things we need them to do? And again, a free market can sort this out in a way that a hyper-regulated market or a protectionist market or a market with a lot of intervention from the government is going to not necessarily produce the best outcomes for people. It's going to mean that the big companies with the political power are going to get ahead for unfair reasons instead of potentially getting ahead for maybe being able to do things more efficiently than a small company, which in that case, I don't have a problem with it. And I don't think we need to have a problem with it. As you point out, we should have a problem if they're getting ahead because they're changing the rules of the game to hurt their competition and to keep little guys from ever getting off the ground.
So let's run with this a little bit more, Stephanie. You mentioned the regulatory apparatus, efficiency, trust, and so forth. And what I think is also interesting about this poll that came out is that vis-a-vis trust and effectiveness, the individuals who were surveyed, and the Americans that were surveyed, indicated they felt that businesses, whether small or large, were more effective than state, federal, and local governments in having a positive impact on society. Is this consistent, or do you think this is schizophrenic, or what do you think about this? That the businesses are actually more effective.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an accurate perception of reality, and I sometimes think that we sometimes talk about a perception gap between like the reality and how the public views it, and are they seeing things as they really are? But there's also often a gap between how regular people see the world and how elites see the world, and I see this incredibly apocalyptic language sometimes used by folks on both the left and the right these days, talking about what a nightmarescape we all live in with businesses that are controlling our lives and it's private tyranny and all this stuff. And then you look at what the data suggests, and you have, Gallup finds 88% of Americans who have jobs are completely or somewhat satisfied with their jobs. They don't believe that they're being exploited by their employers, right? They're happy to work where they work for the overwhelming, most part. The Edelman Trust Barometer, which does this survey research across the world in terms of what is trust, which institutions have the more or less trust, finds that business was the only institution in the whole world that the global population views as both competent and ethical. Okay, so government did not get those kinds of marks.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
And so there's actually lots of evidence that like regular people are pretty happy with the way things are going. They're not 100% satisfied, but they're not seeing this as like some sort of apocalyptic, late capitalism hellscape where we have no agency. Private, big mega corporations run our lives, and we don't get to make choices for ourselves. Like that is really a fringe view that a lot of elites on both, again, the left and the right, who have maybe they have disproportionate ability to get their opinions out there to spread this idea, hold, but most people I don't think share it.
Terrific. And I want to now turn to Doug. Doug, elaborating a little bit more on this distinction between big and small business. And I might add that I didn't read anything about how they framed the term big business, but I think it's safe to say that at least conceptually it would be household names that Americans would recognize immediately. So in your own interactions and experience in business, are there things and experiences that you've had in working with various small businesses and so forth that seem to confirm what Americans at least perceive about big business versus small business and their relative positive impact on society?
I don't see a real distinction in my day-to-day work, but what I do see just in my interactions is going back to what Ann alluded to. People can relate to the little guy, right? It's the relate to the common man, and I think that's where that perception comes from. When I think about the different entrepreneurs that I've gotten to know, and I think about the path they took, for many of them, they left a place of prior employment to go out on their own. Maybe in a similar or related field. Maybe it was, in some cases, it was something altogether different, a hobby or an interest that they were nurturing on the side. But in either case, what I've seen with that is that the businesses can serve as incubators, if you will, for new entrepreneurs, and people can really, I think, relate to the new entrepreneur. And yes, Ann's right. When all businesses start small. But when people see that in the day-to-day lives, they can really, I think, relate to that. And maybe just to follow up on that a little bit more, so for example, you may have an employee that of a business, and they see a gap or opportunity in the marketplace or a more effective means of delivering a product or service. And so then they leave with the knowledge and the skill sets that they've learned and that they've developed to go start their own business. And I frankly think it's an important contribution of business, essentially preparing new entrepreneurs. That's how many get their start. And so while there may be some short-term pain associated with an employee departing to start their own business, especially if it competes, ultimately it sparks innovation and problem solving. It's that disruption that Ann mentioned. And so it's ultimately healthy for the community. And so I think that a lot of people see this in their own communities, right? And so I think that that's something they can relate to. And so they think of that as that small business. And so I think that's where that maybe part of that perception may be coming from.
That's great. The idea that individuals would be in a business and that oftentimes serves as an incubator to give them or inspiration for them to start their own business because they see a need that's not being met. And then they take those skills and start their own small business. Which, by the way, just to contextualize, preparing for this panel, I gathered a few statistics about small businesses, and this comes from Forbes. 99.9% of businesses across the U.S. are small businesses. 33 plus million people are employed by small businesses, and frankly, 8 out of 10 of them have no employees. So these are individual entrepreneurs with an inspiration to go out and try to do something and serve a market need. So it really did underscore, at least in my mind, how important business generally and then small business, which we may not see and take for granted, are in our daily lives.
And I saw a statistic along those lines, but I also saw one that small businesses create, according to the Small Business Administration, nearly 2/3 of all private sector jobs. So that gives you some more context to follow up on your statistics.
No, that's great. You know, when you think about, and I think you mentioned the little guy, and several of you all have mentioned sort of the small person that doesn't get a lot of attention, but they're doing very effective things. I also think, and we've got to bring this into the conversation, the impact of globalization and international trade on, let's just call it the little guy, or the person who loses their job in manufacturing, or a small business is put out of business by another larger entity because of globalization. Now, on the one hand, as an economist, and I think virtually anybody would agree that globalization has enabled mass prosperity in ways that we can hardly count. It's just pretty incredible. At the same time, it's also true that we've had individuals who've had their jobs wiped out, their business wiped out because of it. So how do we approach this? How do we address the communities that experience this problem of finding suddenly a massive manufacturing plant that puts half the town out of work? And maybe as a fellow economist, Ann, you could begin to address how do we think about these things, and what do we say to those individuals who are concerned about this dimension of it?
Steve, so important. But I do think that we have to look at the history accurately. So it doesn't, this has been a long process. So in something like 1960, 1 in 4 Americans were employed in manufacturing. It's less than 1 in 10 now. And so a lot of people will talk about that and say that's due to globalization and outsourcing. And certainly some of that is true, right? Because as you trade with more countries, comparative advantage shifts across the world and patterns of commerce shift accordingly. But I mean, really what's going on is technology, right? And so there's a lot of technological change that is changing the way people work, and it's changing their skill requirements. And so I don't think that we should dismiss this, as you say. I think we should recognize that there are towns in the United States that in some ways we could say maybe are left behind, right? They have lots of not just economic problems, but social problems. And so there's a lot of people that are thinking about this and doing, I think, good work on trying to figure out what that looks like. And of course, as Stephanie alluded before, there's people on the right and people on the left that I think have some of the same responses, right? Is this the market? Should we blame the market? Is this a fault of globalization? And if it is, what can you actually do about that? We can't put the genie back in the bottle. So we're not going to become unglobalized. And so we have to think about, I think, education. I think we have to think about the cultural element. I think we have to, this may be more than what you asked for, but also just the role of the family and how the family and its relationship to the state has changed income mobility. Right. And so all of these things are tied together. I think Charles Murray, an empirical sociologist, has done a lot of really good work on this, but there are just so many others. We're looking at lots of new research on family now. Anyway, so I think there's a lot going on there. And what I would say, if I could pinpoint a couple of things that I think are leading to this, that it's less about globalization and it's more about the regulatory regime in different cities. How hard is it to get a job? How hard is it to keep a job? How hard is it to open a business in those cities? Lots of zoning regulations are disrupting families because the zoning regulations have changed so much that not only is it very expensive to build housing that we would call, kind of is more affordable, but zoning regulations have done away with things like boarding houses, which we used to have 100 years ago. And a boarding house, was a great place for you to be in a town without having to own a property or rent an apartment. And so the zoning has really put those things out of existence. And so in my own work, I think a lot about economic freedom. You can look at the economic freedom of the 50 states, and it becomes very clear that in states that have better scores overall in economic freedom, it doesn't mean that they don't have any problems. But it allows us to pinpoint what the actual institutional problems are. I think we have problems with finishing high school. We have a drug epidemic, and this seems to hit different towns differently. As Stephanie mentioned before, right? Well, it all comes back, it seems to me, to thinking about when markets are allowed to work, we have more opportunities. But I will say, I just want to reiterate the cultural problem here, right? I think one of the cultural problems is, the myth that everybody has to have a 4-year degree. And so we've downplayed vocational schools. We've downplayed the skills that a high school graduate would need to be successful in a small town in middle America. What does that look like? and how do we help those individuals? I think that's something that's doable and reasonable. Saying, we need to stop trading with China or we need to deglobalize or something like this is unreasonable and not possible. So I think we have to say these are real problems. How do we best deal with them? And I think they are problems we can solve, but we have to have the right framework to think about them.
Yes, thanks, Ann. You touched on a number of things that reflect the complexity of the issues at play here, and I wanted to see if either Doug or Stephanie wanted to address or respond to your remarks.
I would just follow up on the one piece Ann talked about the state and local business climate playing an extremely important role in the flourishing of communities. And what I've seen, states with the extensive licensure, permitting, and other more heavy-handed regulatory framework do create obstacles to entrepreneurship versus states that place less restrictions on and make it easier to start a business and essentially cultivate entrepreneurship. And by creating that business-friendly climate and environment, states and localities, I've seen it here in Indiana, really incentivize investment and growth and can help diversify their economies, making them ultimately less reliant on a single employer or a single industry. And I think this is going to be important as we look ahead, just given the much more dynamic nature of our economy.
Terrific. Thanks, Doug. And Stephanie?
Yeah, I'm thinking a lot about what another economist, Julian Simon, used to say about how human beings are the ultimate resource. And which is a thing I believe very deeply. And I've written that I think that although he was not Catholic, I'm Catholic, and I see a very Catholic or very Christian approach to, we value human beings ultimately. That's what we care about. And one of the things that we seem to have, one of the things that seems to have gone wrong, or that people I think are identifying when they say like something has gone wrong in our economy, let's say, in these towns and cities that once were prosperous that now seem to be like ghost towns or there doesn't seem to be any opportunity, is we have this incredible ultimate resource of human beings and their creativity that can do amazing things, but they seem to be in some places not able to actually be unlocked, to either not go physically, geographically to where the opportunities are, or to be willing to sort of stay at home as opposed to going out and trying to contribute in some way to their communities and to the society. And I would draw attention to an article that's several years old now, but by one of my colleagues at Reason, Ron Bailey. He wrote an article called Stuck for the magazine, where he went back to his family's, his father's hometown in West Virginia, which had been a prosperous coal mining part of the country, and was now just devastated by a lot of things, one of which was the switch to cleaner forms of energy. That means there's much less demand for coal mining now. And what do we make of this? And one of the things he finds is that our public policies, especially our place-based, perfectly, absolutely well-intentioned, but place-based welfare policies, right, allow people to say get on disability as opposed get on disability and therefore not have to work. Make it very difficult to pick up and go somewhere else where there might be more opportunity. This is similar to saying that like it's hard to go because when you get there, because of zoning and other kinds of urban policies, the cost of living is higher in those places. But also it's hard to leave because you have your check coming every month from the government that, if you change your circumstances in any way, leaving, getting a job and having your income increase above a certain threshold, whatever it may be, you'll lose that assistance. And so it traps people where they are, and it traps people into feeling like, well, I actually have some baseline minimum level of security in my life here. And if I try to do anything to better myself, to go where the opportunity is, to start a new business, to take a new job, then I risk losing what I have. So there's uncertainty, that is introduced into the equation now. And that's one of the reasons that we have locked up all this amazing human potential, this human capital, the great resource of human beings not being able to go and exercise their creativity and contribute in some way because of these, again, very well-intentioned welfare policies that we have of all sorts, that we're supposed to help people who fall into situations, find themselves in situations where they just need a little bit of help getting out of them, a hand up, as we often say, but instead it holds them down. It's actually, there are many examples of well-intentioned public policy that is doing precisely the opposite of what we would hope it would.
Oh, that's very interesting, Stephanie. In fact, when I was preparing a little bit for this conversation, I came across some things that describe effectively what you said, that a lot of people do remain in place. And then the question arises, what are the incentives behind those decisions to remain in sort of a stultifying environment? And as you point out, sometimes well-intentioned things actually exacerbate the problem. So I'm going to start to move a little bit in a different direction, but it connects what each of you have brought up. I think Ann had brought up the impact of technology. It's not just a matter of globalization, but technology on these changes that are happening in the marketplace. And then, Stephanie, you also mentioned the importance of the human person, the ultimate resource. So the Gallup poll also brought up something which I'm not an expert on, but it addressed the question of businesses' use of artificial intelligence. Okay, so now I'm not expecting anyone here on the panel. You may be experts in this, I'm not, but I'm curious, is there something fundamentally different here when it comes to the technology of artificial intelligence vis-a-vis its potential impact to put people out of work, or alternatively, it's imitating humanness and so forth? Is there anything, so the Gallup, by the way, the results of the survey were that people are very concerned about this. They're concerned about it perhaps in ways that they have not been as concerned with previous technologies. Are those concerns justified, or how should we think through the idea of this change and how it will impact business?
You know, it's hard for me to get outside of my own environment right now, which is a lot of higher ed. And it is kind of causing a little bit of what do we do now types of questions institutionally. I do think it's related very much to what you touched on, which is this fear that somehow AI replaces the human being. And I mean, Stephanie's right that we care. I mean, her point is so right about, economists care about growth. Why? Because growth allows you to have more agency over your life. If you're living in a growing economy, right, you have more choices, you can change your trade-offs, all these types of things, but it's empowering to the human person. And so when we think about something like AI, which is a technological advancement, I think that the reason people view it as different is it going to replace us, right? And so I think I saw this week on X, somebody posted something about a new robot. Stephanie, you may have seen this. I think it was Scott who posted this, but there's a new robot. It's a 6-foot robot. And I think I don't really know much about it, but it is able to lift boxes and move them around. So, right, it's kind of, it has the dynamics of a human being, and that allows it to do physical things that maybe the lift that you see at Costco or Sam's Club, it can't do that. So it's more sophisticated in its movements. People see that and they say, oh my gosh, robots are going to replace me. And so this is an evil technology. I think with any technology, modern or kind of technology that we've looked at over the 100 years, these concerns always arise. Maybe they're more deep-seated now because of, people viewing, there's a robot that's going to take my job. And so I think that's part of the distrust. And the robot will take some jobs.
Right.
It's going to take jobs. It already has taken many jobs, right? So the robot will continue to take jobs, but that's only looking at one side of this equation. The robot also creates other opportunities because the human capital required to get the robot in the first place is just immense, right? And it's best based on 200 years of technological creativity and advancement. And so I think we are going to have to be, when I think about, kind of the higher ed side, how do you know if somebody wrote a book that's theirs? How do you know if somebody wrote a journal article and it's theirs? I mean, because we're coming up with ways to falsify this so that I may never know if my students actually wrote their paper or didn't. Right now I can check that, but pretty soon I won't be able to. So I think we're going to have to think about how we change the way we do certain things, but I don't think it's doomsday. I think as with anything else, it can be used for bad, it can be used for good. And so again, I would say this comes back in some part to cultural questions, how we're going to live alongside AI, but I don't think it's a throw the baby out with the bathwater type of scenario.
That's great. Now, Doug, are you seeing the impact of AI in your business?
I think on a basic level, right? So Ann mentioned the in some of the facilities we've been involved with, they have automated retrieval systems, and it's all programmed. And but what we're also seeing is these things create other opportunities. We're testing in our at our construction firm we have for years. We've a masonry robot, a robot that lays brick. And what that has done is it's created different opportunities. It's made us more productive on the right types of projects where that's a fit. However, it hasn't replaced all the masons, because now the masons are learning to use an iPad. They're using they're programming it. And so the nature of their job has become a little bit different, and we still need some of the labor to feed it and the like. But what it does is it creates new and different opportunities while increasing productivity.
Terrific. Thank you, Doug. Stephanie, anything to add?
I would just, I watched a commencement speech from Brown University last year where the president makes this point. She started out by reading a speech which she later discloses was written by ChatGPT, but she stopped herself a few sentences in because she said, wasn't that the worst, most boring, most like drivel that you have ever heard? What was missing here was any kind of human authenticity. And as human beings, we crave that actual human connection and that authenticity. And so I'm not as worried about this. I mean, I think one of the fears is, well, we've had technology that can replace, manual laborers for a long time, but now the technology seems to be coming for the knowledge workers. So this is much more dangerous. Well, yeah, I mean, that certainly reflects the biases of the people who are writing the articles spreading about this. But I mean, I'm not as worried about it. I don't see this as a problem. I think tools almost always make us more efficient and allow us to then, again, do more with the human resource, which is the really important one.
Doug, your perspective from a business person, what have you seen in terms of just how ethics influences and shapes the marketplace and our understanding of business?
There's a lot of great stories of businesses out there who are actually creatively taking creative approaches to solving problems in communities. And a great example of that is here in Indiana, Cook Medical Group. They're a global medical device manufacturer, and they're headquartered in Bloomington, Indiana, and they had a business need to increase their capacity for certain types of medical devices. And so they made the intentional decision to locate a new $15 million facility specifically in a depressed area of Northeast Indianapolis, where residents face high rates of crime, of poverty, of unemployment, and the like. And what Cook did was they partnered with a nonprofit, Goodwill, and Goodwill now operates that manufacturing facility as a third party. The workforce comes from the neighborhood, the immediate area, and so employees are receiving high skill manufacturing training, the opportunity for long-term employment and career development, and the opportunity to advance their education at no cost to them. And that partnership with Goodwill operating the facility allows them then to also offer other needed services to employees that are coming from that particular that neighborhood or that area. Things such as mental health and substance disorder support, life coaches, reentry support for those who may have previously been incarcerated, and other types of services. And the other thing that I'll mention about this example is the area where they are located, where they located the facility. It's also in the middle of a food desert, and so Cook wanted the employees at this facility to have access to produce and things that you would find, fresh produce and things that you would find at a traditional grocery store. And so what they did was they partnered with a couple of gentlemen who grew up in the community. They had previously, they're from the neighborhood. They had previously ran a convenience store in there, and they partnered with them to build a grocery store. And these two men are now co-operators of that store. The plan, they're on track to become owners through a rent-to-own model. And obviously the grocery store not only serves the employees at the facility, but it others in the community in that area as well. And so I just think it's a great example of business creatively solving a business need that they had by partnering with the local community to bring investment to a depressed area and help build up skills and the resources in that area of the community. And I think it's stories like that that don't get enough attention, because businesses are often a force for good and a force for positive change in a community.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Doug, and it is a great example. And as you mentioned, too often those smaller stories don't make the headlines. I know that Ann has referred to culture. I know we've talked about other aspects about what things get recognized and not get recognized. As economists, we frequently talk about what is seen and what is unseen. And it's too often, and this is probably driving some of that distinction between people's perceptions of big business versus small business, because oftentimes the big businesses and the benefits they bring are taken for granted, but that whenever there's maybe a misstep that may be caused by human weakness or sinfulness or breaking the rule of law, those will get the headlines. So it's refreshing to hear those kinds of stories, Doug, and so I think it's really important. We're coming close to the end of our session, so what I wanted to do is wrap up with sort of a practical advice type question. A lot of individuals who watch Business Matters, a number of them are students that are contemplating entering into business or perhaps starting their own business, or maybe an individual who's thinking about a career shift and starting something new. So starting with Stephanie, and then we'll go to Ann and finish up with Doug. What advice would you give to somebody contemplating business? Maybe somebody says, oh, you don't want to get into business. What would you say? What would you advise to somebody who's contemplating a vocation in business?
So, I'm a journalist, which means I am an employee of an industry that is currently collapsing as we undergo the old business model going away and being replaced by potentially new business models that are just emerging, and we don't even necessarily know what it's going to look like in the future. So it's a rough time in my business, and I'm not necessarily an entrepreneur. Again, I'm a journalist. So I feel somewhat ill-equipped to even offer advice to someone. I did study economics, so I guess I have that going for me. One of the things, I had a conversation with a man actually at an Acton conference last year or the year before, and he was saying that his church group really wanted to help give back to the community in the sort of way that Doug was just talking about. And so they were thinking about launching a business that would allow sort of unemployed people in the community to have jobs. And they were thinking about launching a coffee shop, opening a coffee shop that would employ people who otherwise couldn't find work in the community. And he went out and he was talking to a bunch of economists and a bunch of entrepreneurs, getting advice about this idea. And he was told, listen, unless you're incredibly passionate about coffee, unless you love coffee and you know a lot about coffee and you want to make your life about, make your whole career about coffee, that coffee shop is probably not going to outcompete the other coffee shops that are run by people who are passionate about it in that way. So although you have a great, motivation to want to help people and give them jobs, you're not going to help very many people for very long if your business isn't able to compete, right? If your business if you don't actually know what you're doing, if you're not actually passionate about the thing you're trying to start your business in, you might often, you open the coffee shop, the church, people pour their money, their donations into getting the coffee shop off the ground, but then it can't really compete because nobody's really passionate or knowledgeable about this. And it eventually closes. It doesn't get to do this good work that it wants to do in the long run. So I think thinking about what actually makes sense from a business perspective, and what are you actually passionate enough about that you want to spend your life doing this thing, are the really, really important, the much more important, second and third order consequences of starting a successful business is you will employ people, and you will get to take your property and the thing that you've built up and decide how to use it in terms of who do you want to employ and what kind of benefits do you want to give them and all of that. And you can make the choices that you think are right for society and for your community. But first things first is you gotta be successful in business. And so thinking about that first, I think it's important. And it's actually parallel to a piece of advice that I often give young aspiring writers, people who are considering careers in journalism or wondering how to get op-eds published for the first time, which is nobody cares about your opinion. Nobody cares about my opinion. What they care about is, what do you know? What are you so knowledgeable about and so passionate about that you can teach the reader something that they don't know yet? So that's what your job is as a writer, is to teach the reader something. And so I always say, think about what are you so interested in that you want to spend all your free time reading those books and going to those conferences and looking through the white papers, so that you will be the expert that can write a piece and get it published that will teach your readers something they didn't know, which makes you then valuable in the conversation. So thinking in terms of passion and thinking in terms of where is there a market opportunity, I think is the really important, much more important than thinking about what do you want to do with how do you want to give back, which is great. We should all be thinking about how to be good members of our communities, of course, but you're going to be able to give back a lot more, I think, if you're successful in business than if you're not.
Terrific. Yes, entering it with prudence, I guess. That's good advice. And so Anne and then Doug, about 2 minutes each to answer this question of advice for people aspiring to business.
I think I would agree with what Stephanie said, which is just really reasonable expectations about your own skills and cultivating those skills. And really, in a market, we have to think about, what do consumers need and want? So it's not about you having a great idea and taking it to people. It's about you having a great idea because you were listening to what the market was telling you about what people need and want. And so that, I think, is the way to approach this. So Stephanie mentioned that. Along with that, you have to have passion. You're going to work a lot. It's going to be thankless. You're going to work a lot of hours. You're not going to have just, kind of a 9-to-5 type of existence. I would also say for students, sometimes we think, okay, we're going to major in business and minor in entrepreneurship and then go get an MBA and then start a business. And those things might be good and appropriate, but that's not the fast track to opening a business or starting a business necessarily. So I think that you have to spend some time, if it's coffee, like Stephanie mentioned, or dry cleaning or whatever it is, you need to be an expert on that. And you need to talk to as many people as you can who already do that. Because I think that's going to give us a lot of knowledge. And then the last thing I'll say is, Steve Jobs, who became a very successful, of course, entrepreneur, but started out with a set of ideas, said that we need to say no. He said making Apple successful was about saying no to almost everything because he had to stay hyper focused. I think this is true in the nonprofit world. It's true in our own jobs, but it's true as an entrepreneur. How do you stay laser focused on this one thing you're trying to do? Because if you're spread so thin, you're not going to be successful. So a couple pieces in there that I think are important.
Terrific. Thank you, Anne. And Doug?
Yeah, I would just remind them that the business is a noble profession. Businesses are what sustains a community. They're the heartbeat of a community. They create wealth. You're meeting the needs of consumers. You're obviously creating jobs. But I think Anne mentioned the time in business. That's important. It just doesn't happen because you want it to happen. You do need to listen to and try to understand where that need is. Where are those opportunities? Where are those gaps in the marketplace that maybe you can maybe fill? But the biggest thing I would say is don't be afraid to fail. You're going to learn so much when you do fail. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and do not allow the fear of failure to hold you back, because you'll learn so much more from failure that you can carry forward, that it will be in many ways a bigger benefit.
Excellent advice and a great way to wrap up this panel discussion. Doug, Anne, and Stephanie, thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A pleasure.
And thank you all for joining this Business Matters panel. And I do encourage you then to reach and look at the website, acton.org, as well as our Acton On Demand, where you can find many other video panels, talks, and discussions. So thank you again for joining us.
Thank you, panelists, for an engaging discussion. And thank you for joining us today for Business Matters. Before you leave, we would love to hear your feedback on this event. By filling out a quick evaluation survey in the feedback tab of this website, you will be entered to win one of 5 $50 Amazon gift cards. Finally, Acton's largest event of the year, Acton University, returns in person to Grand Rapids, Michigan this year, June 24th to 27th. We invite you to apply for the conference now at university.acton.org. Thank you again for attending today. We hope this time together has been an encouragement to you and that you have come away from this conference with true hope for the future of work and enterprise.